Hello and welcome to another stream of Alan Wake 2. October is finished, but that doesn't mean I'm going to not finish the playthrough. So this is the final game as part of celebrating October's horror month, and we're going to be finishing the game today. And after we finish it, I'm going to reveal what the next game will be that's going to replace this. Test sites in Bright Falls. Location arrangements: Ranger Station 1, Bunker Woods 2, Boatyard 1. Manning your stations from Vega to Dr. Campbell. Dr. Campbell, acknowledged and understood. That goes for the both of us, Michaels and me. It really was not gallivanting as you put it, though, as I was attacked by some rabid animal out there in the woods and Michaels helped me get medical attention in town. You should know all that if you read your messages, of course. In any case, orders received. Vega, assistant researcher. Manning your stations from Dr. Campbell to Vega and Michaels. It has come to my attention that both of you left your posts on several occasions while on duty to gallivant around town on personal business. This is unacceptable. You are under strict FBC protocols regarding covertness and confidentiality, and as your supervisor, I am responsible for your conduct at all times. If you find work boring, too bad. You are to fulfill your roles and duties as I see fit and as the project requires. I'm changing your posts. I'll be overseeing the watery area as it now has the most test sites to cover. The ranger cabin there will be my base of operations. Vega, you are moving to Cauldron Lake Witchfinder Station. Michaels, you are staying in the Bright Falls Station. I don't want to hear any excuses, but I do need you to acknowledge these orders. Dr. Eugene Campbell, PhD, Lead Researcher, Department of Parafictional Research.
they're all so soft and sad.
When the government seized the land around Cauldron Lake and set up their laboratory there, Ilmo Koskela knew they knew something. Together with his brother, they felt obliged to take a look inside. The Federal Bureau of Control Security was a joke. The Koskelas walked in delivering coffee. Back in Watery, they pored over the stack of files they grabbed. The FBC was researching something in the lake, something they called the Shadow. Everyone who went into the lake came back a monster. Hartman had gone into the lake. He'd come back bad. The FBC had captured him, interrogated him. Based on his ravings, Barbara Jagger had gone into the lake as far back as the 60s. She'd come back bad. The writer, Alan Wake, had gone into the lake. He'd faced Jagger, pushed some mystic light switch into a hole in her chest, flicked the switch and gotten rid of her. If Wake ever came back, he was bound to be bad as well.
Nice callback to Control as well, with Hartman getting arrested by the FBC. And for a joke of security, tell me about it. Yeah, they need to review that. Especially the FBC, Federal Bureau of Control. They should have more security on something like that.
When Cynthia Weaver was downstairs at breakfast, Rose snuck into her room. With all the lamps in the room, it took her a while to find the one with an angel. Luckily, the dream Alan had sent her had been very clear. Rose was certain that Cynthia would not miss one lamp. She had so many. Tonight, Rose would put the lamp in a shoebox and let it sink into the garden pond. That's what Alan wanted. That's how she could help him. The thought made her whole body buzz with joy. Cynthia knew the lamp was missing the very moment she came back to her room. She was overcome by grief. It had been Tom's lamp, one of the few things that reminded her of him. It had not worked in a long time with the cord severed and the light switch gone. But there are other kinds of lights than the ones we can see. The invisible light of the angel lamp had held Cynthia together all these years. With tears welling in her eyes, she didn't see the shadows shifting in the corners of her room.
Fucking Mr. Scratch. This story is a monster, and monsters wear many faces. Nursery rhymes. FBC file listing test sites in Bright Falls. The locations are Rangers Station, Bunker Woods, and Boatyard. For I kid you not, we had the same TV when you were a kid. The exact design as that. That's cool.
3 remaining.
After all those, yours was missing the flap in the middle for those red, white, yellow ports. Oh yeah, missing those.
There's a rhyme over here.
To the beach a child went wandering, pretty shiny rocks she's gathering, but from the water a monster rose, a horrible beast with a pointy nose, a flapping wing and dragging toes. But the child was wrong, it was her mother all along, on a boat grabbing a towel that's already gone.
That's not right. Doesn't look right. Ugh. No. Nope. Think, Saga. Where'd it go? Pistols. Might need them again.
Hey drummer, how's it going? You can't watch, you missed hours yesterday due to work. Oh, that's fair enough. Drama as well. That's no worries. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about these enemies. It's a waste of ammo. Although great, the charm's not pick-upable unless we deal with these assholes. Yeah, good one, Rook. They tell you that you shoot the weak spot to give it massive damage, but it's not enough to make it so that you can just kill them with another couple of shots in the head or something. So this weakness thing's a bit bullshit. See how OP these enemies are? Like, it is absolutely unbalanced. And then it's just ridiculous. See, no more ammo left. And how many headshots have I given them? And I shot them in the part of the body that does a lot of damage. And the enemy's not dead yet. See this bullshit? This is what I'm fucking talking about with this game. It's like, shit is just unbalanced as fuck.
Felt good.
Like, these things do jack shit. Like, have they forgotten that the whole point of the mechanic in this game to use light to burn away the darkness and to use weapons of light like flares is to do major damage to the fucking enemies? But in this game, they're just not. All because they've got the stupid upgrading system for their weapons and stuff. And this is bullshit too. Like, it tracks their movement with the light, but it doesn't allow me to actually hold the friggin' thing at them. So it is, and look at all the fucking enemies as well. Like, I've used up all my fucking ammo almost on these enemies. Now I can't see where the other fucking one's gone. It's absolutely crap. Yeah, let's just get this charm and then go. Ain't got time for this bullshit. Aphrodam can't reload shit, literally stun locked. Yeah, I mean the weapon, the crossbow, is, to be fair, something that needs a little bit of time to reload, but after a million years to reload, yeah. It is a crossbow, so it would take a bit longer than a handgun. Harbinger, you slept last night expecting to play Alan Wake 1 today. You woke up and now you're in the mood for Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, it's the best thing to do, though, is just go with what you're in the mood for to play. Thank you for the follow, Henrik.
I'm getting quite the charm collection.
I was going to leave you some cookies, but I was worried an animal would get into them, so I didn't. But it's the thought that counts, right?
Top 100 American small towns.
Valhalla Nursing Home Charm increases effectiveness of painkillers and trauma pads. Might swap that charm out for the deer charm. Increases resilience against being staggered or interrupted. Rhyme found near the shoreline in the woods near Bright Falls. I'm not loving the depiction of the mom as a horrible beast with a pointy nose. Kids can be cruel, I guess. Monster doll used to solve the rhyme puzzle. A monster with long blonde hair. I like it. Lunchbox found in the woods near Bright Falls. Cookies. Who is this supposed to be for? Keeps on telling me about things to listen to that I already have. Don't know how many times. I'm hoping they eventually do a patch soon where they fix that shit. Okay, so because I want to finish this today, it's time to just go and do what needs to be done for the story. In future playthroughs on New Game Plus, I'll worry about finding any collectibles and stuff I didn't get.
There's another cult stash.
Sorry, I didn't wait 10 hours before I could actually select. cult of the tree sees everything.
Another rhyme.
Mother, may I go outside, may I run and play? I say to you, my daughter dear, go outside and play, but only in the light of day, and only round the tree so grown, never near the lake, my child, and never may you drown. Hey, Henrik. Thanks again for the follow. Hope it's going good.
Sure.
Streaming is going well. Looking to finish this game today. And your day was pretty good? Excellent, that's good. Oh, you've been busy doing some stuff, Henrik? Nice. And my day was really good. Yeah, it's going really well. Oh, thank you, Henrik. Yeah. Yeah, having a good week.
And we're back with the Pat Main Radio Hour. Up next, it's time to make some predictions on what parade floats we'll be seeing at Deer Fest. This year's parade theme is deer, just like every year, so we're not exactly reinventing the wheel here. But first, I need to address something. I know the last couple of shows took a strange turn, with people coming on talking nonsense about certain people passing away. Listen, I know everybody who steps foot in and out of this town, so I'd sure as heck know if Wendy Davis died or went missing. You know, they say I'm confused. I hear them in the hall murmuring about me. Well, Pat's got a rusty ticker, but my head's as clear as those skies are going to be on the opening day of Deerfest. Somebody's trying to twist this story around, and I don't know quite why. But I'm here to tell you that everything's going to be okay. Wendy Davis is alive and well, and you can rest easy knowing that Wendy Davis's family beef jerky will be available this Sunday just like it always is. Now, with all that settled, let's talk about the what was it we were talking about? Deer, yes, something deer. Hold on, let me think real quick. Right. So first, I just want to mention that I know the last couple of shows took a strange turn, with people coming on talking nonsense about certain people passing away. Wait, did we talk about this already? I think we... No, I definitely said this already, but it was a great topic lined up with... I'm so sorry, it's just not coming to me. Perhaps we need to end it here for now. We'll pick this up later. Deer. It had something to do with deer. I know. I wrote it down. Why can't I just What was it? Maybe Norman took my notes. Oh, gotta see Norman. Gotta see Norman.
Poor Pat. Not remembering things. Well, that's good, Henrik. Sounds like you're having fun with that. And here's my schedule for what games I am streaming at the moment. That'll give you an idea of what games I like to play. And I don't talk over cutscenes or dialogue.
More of those rhymes.
No, Henrik, that's all good. If you just came in to advertise your channel or services, then you can leave, because I'm not one of those channels that accepts that. Five little monsters out on the sea, competing to see who the winner will be. They rock their boats to find out who floats, until one little monster did fall. Mama called out to the sea and cried, and the sea sheep replied, on the bottom they will rot if they will not stop rocking their boats.
That's it. Ah, can't forget the dolls. Might need them again.
We can probably access that area back here now. The boat just disappeared. Glitched. Of course, we've got arsehole enemies to deal with. No. Well, this character's not trying to get into that room anymore.
It's not opening.
Hey, Adrian. How's things? Nursery rhymes. Rhyme found at the Bright Falls Pier. A cautionary rhyme about a child who fell out of a boat and drowned. Cult stashes. Stash found in the woods outside Bright Falls. To be written once we know what note is inside the stash. Ah, I didn't even look. Interesting. It's not Adrian, no. This was the lodge where Rusty got killed in Alan Wake 1. But after that event happened, they repaired the lodge but moved it further into Bright Falls. So it's a rebuilt version of the lodge in a different part of the place, but they still had the original logs and stuff. That's right, yeah, so the national park. Ryan found at a campsite in the woods near Bright Falls. By trying to protect against one danger, she exposed her child to another one. I really wish that the game would stop marking things to be read that already have been. It's getting really friggin' old.
Those people just burst in here and expect others to clean up after them.
There's actually some other areas that we can get to now. Adrian, so how much freedom to roam do you have? Well, it's not open world. It's pretty much you've got various locations, and I found the boatyard connects to this area of Bright Falls and the nursing home and stuff. So it is a little bit of open world in that respect. But if you want to go to Watery, then you have to go by car. But you can't drive there yourself. It's a cutscene that takes you there. So it's a bit more like Deus Ex in a sense, yeah. With these locations where it's like, here's this big overall location, and here's the areas you can roam around in.
And we're back with the Pat Main Radio Hour. Up next, it's time to make some predictions on what parade.
Oh, I've already heard this radio one.
This year's parade theme is deer, just like every year. So.
He wouldn't just wander off and not tell us. Especially after all the weirdness at the lodge. I'm worried, Jules.
Well, I'm fucking worried too. You just had to follow some stupid internet rumors and solve the riddle of Bright Falls.
You didn't have to come. It's not my fault we got caught in the middle of an active occurrence. Look, we just need to find Marcy.
Okay, so even though I've got bolt cutters to go, there's another area, but it's in Watery, and the vehicle is at the nursing home. So let's see what's in here, and then go to the sheriff's station for the next part of the story.
Another one of those cult boxes.
Work log, 1st of January. Overprivileged town hall folks complaining about poor TV reception, hopefully not due to the paint job. 17 January. Took a photo with the giant moose statue in the park. Great memento. 2nd of February. Damn dogs keep digging up the flowers. 31st of Feb. Park's trash can needed fresh coat of paint. Painted an extra layer. 3rd of March. Tried painting the large tree in the park, but the weather was too hot. Cooled down on a branch in the sheltered area and had an epiphany. 26th of March. Replaced the screw on the purple park bench. Yeah, Adrian, to solve this the way that they want you to, you have to go around to different parts of the location and find the thing, and I'm just like, eh. Let's do the process of elimination. Adrian, this is not a gun, it's a tool in the logical process of elimination. That's it. From the Signal DLC of Alan Wake 1. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Taking too long. Plus, I could have sworn I went through all the combinations. Let's continue the story on. I can get all this stuff in a future playthrough on New Game Plus. Just clean things up with this stuff here. If I can, keeps on pointing out things to me that I've already actually looked at. Don't tell me there's things to look at when I've already looked at them.
Power's out. Always a good sign. Anyone here?
I'm here, in the closet.
Agent Estevez? Is that you?
Anderson? Didn't I tell you to fuck off?
Looks like it's a good thing I didn't.
Looks like. My leg's busted, so I'm gonna need your help. Listen, there is a person out there with you invaded by something that we call the Shadow, and if you don't...
Taken. Yeah, I'll handle it.
Estevez is the FBC control agent. Well, the FBC agent. Saying the FBC control agent is the same as saying the automatic telling machine. Finally, for some more shotgun shells.
There's Taken inside. Holding cells. Is that where they're keeping Wake? Door's locked, though.
Adrian, didn't even occur to you that this police department had a basement in Alan Wake 1? They mentioned something earlier in the game about how they had to share the morgue with someone next door, and it sounded like it was a new thing, because where the entrance to it is in a part of the station that in Alan Wake 1 there's like no way there's a door or anything down into it. So I think it's something that in the 13 years since the events of Alan Wake 1 they've added to the building.
All clear, Estevez. That leg doesn't look good.
Feels even worse. But thanks for saving the rest of me. We should talk.
What happened here?
Where to fucking start? We came to check out a system alert at Cauldron Lake, but it's worse than we could handle. Real boondoggle. The police, my own agents, most were invaded before we could even react.
Where is Wake? I know what's going on here. Wake can fix this.
Alan Wake is a para-utilitarian. The word's a mouthful, so you know it's serious. We have him locked up in the holding cells per protocol. He's connected to the Shadow in some way.
Have you found my partner, Agent Casey?
Yeah, we found him. Out in the woods. He had a close encounter with the Shadow, and it did something to him.
Is he okay?
He's alive. We took him down to the morgue for an examination. Haven't heard anything since the attack.
What did the FBC come here to do?
Bright Falls is the site of a recurring Altered World event. The Shadow is stronger than we expected. We're low on resources, problems at HQ. But we do have equipment for dealing with the shaded threat. We were just caught off guard before we could set it up.
Estevez, I need to see Wake. How do I get into the cell block?
Okay. Protocols don't mean that much at this point anyway. Don't make me regret this, Anderson. Until the power's back on, the door to the holding cells won't open. There's a fuse box downstairs in the basement. Here. You'll need these keys.
Back into the morgue, huh? Fantastic.
Adrian, the crossover, and that's it. Estevez mentioned troubles at headquarters. Because I know that there's a Control 2 coming, I wonder if she's referring to something that is happening in the sequel, putting the sequel happening around this time, or is Alan Wake 2 set slightly a little bit before the end of Control? But it would have to be, at the very least, I know it's obviously after Jesse becomes director. But there must be another crisis at the oldest house. Unless Estevez is meaning the headquarters as in, like, here in Bright Falls, not the actual headquarters back at the main thing. Adrian, hey E-Tune, reminds you of the cop from Resident Evil that was injured. Oh yeah. Like Marvin. How's it going, E-Tune? Adrian, so the typewriter's got to be an object of power. In fact, you guess flashlights Alan uses are minor objects of power too. I guess in a way, but anyone can pick up any torch and use it, so it's not necessarily an object of power, but maybe there's obviously ones that are more powerful. You going good, E-Tone? You just winding down? Excellent. Oh, that's good. And you think only Alan and Saga can focus the beam of light, though? Maybe. That might be a thing. Nice, the rifle. Oh no, it's a pump-action shotgun. Revolution for the Brain, Experience of Time and Other Neuroscience Breakthroughs, author PREC. Memory Loss, Battle to Regain Your Mind, author L. Temp. UFO Myth and Reality Part 3, Tricksters and Falsehoods, author Westmore. UFO Myth and Reality Part 2, Communion and Testimonies, author Batston. UFO Myth and Reality Part 1, Sightings Under the Lens, author Quincy. Don't forget A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, I equals 9, J equals 0, K equals 1, and L equals 2. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Adrian, you think there was a manuscript page somewhere in the first 2 games about this, how Alan feels the beam of light getting stronger when focusing on it? Yeah, that's probably right. Every flashlight that exists is different when he uses it. Okay, so I've got a horror movie quote. Where's my daughter? What have you done with my daughter? Are you mad? I am your daughter. That's from the horror movie The Others, starring Nicole Kidman. Emergency Incident Report, The Lake House, Research Facility WA-03 at Cauldron Lake. WA has been compromised, cause unknown. The incident was visually confirmed by Agent Estevez when she visited the facility to make contact with Dr. Marmont and Dr. Marmont, heads of operations at the Lake House. The facility itself is reported to be in a damaged state, with no living staff found during a brief search. A longer search was not possible due to an active Altered World event in the area requiring all available resources. Investigation and containment not possible. With current personnel, emergency dispatch of response and rescue staff is requested. The Investigations Department has no knowledge of the Lake House's recent research or projects due to worsening communication and cooperation since headquarters went dark. As a result, this report cannot determine the incident's cause without further investigation. Alright, so this must be a new thing that's happening at the oldest house. So in Control 2, I'm sure we will be able to see what's going on. Research proposal. Alan Wake and Cult Connection summary. In 2010, writer and suspected paratalitarian Alan Wake was reported to have disappeared into Cauldron Lake, a known threshold site. 3 years later, a small group responsible for multiple killings was arrested in New York City by federal investigators. The murders were recreations of deaths found in the writing of Alan Wake. Interrogations with the murderers revealed they saw Wake as a sort of prophet, describing themselves as his cult, and considered his novels to be sacred texts. As Wake was missing at the time, it's unlikely he had any personal involvement with this cult. At least there is no evidence supporting the idea. Soon after the New York cult was detained, an organization known as the Cult of the Tree began operating around Cauldron Lake, the same area Wake disappeared. This is now the second organization branding themselves as a cult with a direct physical connection to Alan Wake, operating in the location he was last seen in. I propose that this is not a coincidence and would like permission to search for a link between Wake and the Cult of the Tree. Yeah, E-Tone, it really is. I haven't seen it for a long time, but it's definitely one of those ones that I recommend. Like, if you're someone who prefers horror that's like gory and stuff, it definitely isn't that type of horror movie. But if you like ghost stories and things like that, it's a really good ghost movie. Geez, this clue is annoying. It's like the only book that has a letter specifically is this one, L, and this one, P and R. P and R are not on here. L is the only one that's actually on this list. So what that means is it can't be just the letters. So it must be a pattern of numbers as to why those letters are chosen for it. So it must be PRE, in which case E would be 5. That doesn't match because 1, 2, and 3, and then 9, 0, and 1, and 2. There's only 3 things. So it can't be 9, 0, 1, and 2. So, I don't know. which means we go to Google. What is it? Book puzzle? No. Here we go. Pump action shotgun puzzle. Alright. 723 apparently. Don't know how they got that, but I don't care. 723. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to go to where we can actually find a shoebox and then put some stuff away. Wrong way. Oops.
I need to head back.
Okie dokie. I don't like the sounds coming from
This
the
can't be the right way.
Oh, don't tell me it's cut me off now from going anywhere but the police station because we've done that. I bet that's what's happened. Yeah. Ugh. This is bullshit how the game's done that. If I wanted to backtrack to go and thingo, then I should be able to. This is absolute bullshit. You know, how about we just friggin' get rid of all the fucking shit that would come in handy, but the game is forcing me to get rid of. Alright, discard this. Discard this. Alright, what else? Discard these flares. Discard them. Alright, can I? No, still can't. Alright. Get rid of these. Discarded.
I'm sure Sheriff Breaker wouldn't mind me borrowing this.
However, just sometimes you wonder, is Rod loving or hating the game? Well, there's just been some decisions that have been made with gameplay, which have really brought this game down from what I was experiencing at the start of the playthrough. But everything else is fine. The story is great, the characters, everything else. But certain decisions, like, I know that this part of the game is where the next part of the story is, but I should still be able to go back to the lodge and, you know, change shit. Shouldn't be this having to discard shit. This is the first time the game has done this, has actually blocked me off from going backtracking somewhere. Hey Talian, good morning. I'm doing really good, thank you, dude. How about yourself?
Did you read me, Anderson?
I read you. Have you had our frequency this entire time?
Eavesdropping is a big part of the job. But no, I got it from your partner. Anderson, look for a fuse to replace the blown out one in the fuse box. That should get the power going again.
Yeah. On it. Another cult stash?
Tyler, that's awesome. And yeah, very well yourself, thanks. How's Alan Wake 2 treating you today? That's great to hear, Tyler, and I'm glad that you're doing well. It's going good. Just some annoying gameplay things that have been popping up in the last couple of streams, which have been annoying. This is the first time the game has prevented me from backtracking in Bright Falls, the main area, to go back to a place where I can put some items away out of my inventory to make more space for other stuff. It's the first time the game has prevented me from backtracking, because we're currently up to this part of the story, but this is the first time that the game has stopped me from backtracking when we're actually doing a story part. Like this, they purposely make the light cover up the thing. Alright, so this has numbers. 1 something, I don't know. Let's just try 1 with all these combos. Actually, I couldn't be fucking bothered. My mind for solving shit has just gone out the window, so fuck it. Oh, so here we have a spot. Didn't have to discard those items after all. Well, that's something to note for future playthroughs. Talian, damn, you love backtracking, but you also like it when games tell you, you won't be coming back here for a while. Make sure you do everything you want to before proceeding onwards, or something along the lines, if you get me. Oh, absolutely, dude, yeah. It's a good thing to do. I've said this before in the past, but I think it would be good also to have an option that can be turned on or off in the menu for players that would get sick of it, but having the option for a character to verbally say, maybe if there's anything I want to get that I might have missed, now's the time to do it before I go forward. You know, or something like that, so that players who want to actually make sure that they're exploring everywhere before going to where they need to go actually know, you know. You like exploring games, so you kind of hate it when you go the way you're supposed to find out you can't turn back. That is so, so true.
Casey! Is that you?
Anderson?
Hold your fire! I'm coming in!
Injury report. Subject Alex Casey, FBI. Description of injury. Subject seems physically weakened, with some confusion about his whereabouts and events. Concussion. Similar symptoms to those becoming shaded individuals. Exposure to the shadow is suspected, but not confirmed. Physical wounds are minimal. Light abrasions. Possible mild concussion. Continued observation shows no signs of increased aggression in subject. Subject remains aware and coherent. A starkly different progression than other victims. Reasons for exceptional result unknown. Less severe exposure, subject's resilience, intentionally on Shadow's part, requires further examination and testing. Tyler, this part of the game really reminds you of Resident Evil 2 Remake. You're sure you've seen a few games, news headlines say something about similarities between the two games. That's true. Yeah, and unfortunately this game has inherited some of the things in the Resident Evil remakes that I kind of think should be taken out of those games. And it's the speed at which the character can run. This is the character's walking speed. This is their running speed, which is a jog. In the original Resident Evil games, you can actually run faster than you can in the new remakes. In Alan Wake 1, even though Alan runs out of breath, he can still sprint faster than you can jog in this.
Hey, Anderson. Like what I've done with the place?
Could use a bit more light.
Funny.
Stay put, Casey. I'll let you know when it's safe.
I'm not going anywhere.
How are you holding up?
Don't give me that worried look, Anderson. It's a flesh wound. Gave me a chance to have a nice chat about ex-wives with Kieran. Agent Estevez, I mean.
Making new friends, huh? I'm jealous. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What's the situation on your end?
Watery turned out to be a good lead. Found the clicker and the cult. But the horror story's changing reality. Like Wake said it would. Logan, she's, the story claims she died here. But we can stop it.
Wait, Saga. What do you, Logan is gone. She has been. For a long time.
Casey's affected by the horror story, too. I'm fighting for them all now. What happened at the hotel?
Wake was telling the truth about the cult being after him. That thing, the dark presence, it's real, too. I saw it. A fucked up monster cloud. Wake tried to warn me. It knocked me out. FBC found me in the woods later.
I'm gonna fix this, Casey. You, Logan, all of it. I just need to get the power back on first.
Yeah, give him hell, Anderson. Just remember, some things in life can't be fixed with a light switch. As for the power problem, here. I found a fuse on those poor bastards there.
I'll take care of it.
Exactly, Talion. You know, in this world, you want to be going a lot faster than jogging. That's it. And I think the other thing about this game is that because it's a survival horror game straight up, whereas the first one was more of a action thriller with horror in it, it means that they've also done things to make things more difficult. So instead of your light weapons working really effectively against the enemies, now they're underwhelmingly underwhelmingly piss weak against them. But because they've introduced upgrades in this game, it means that they've nerfed a lot of stuff as a result for that. Before we do the profiling part, I just want to look at these cases. FPC file linking cult activity to Wake. It's possible Wake is connected to the cult, but if Scratch is identical to Wake, then this could refer to either of them. Plus there's some glitches that I hope they patch out. Glitches where the game keeps pointing out things for you to listen to or watch as if you haven't, but you already have. Every time you pick up or come across something new, it still tells you about the other stuff that you've already looked at. The station has been attacked. Get Wake out of FBC custody. What happened here? The cult taken? Wake is the priority. This isn't good. Wake better be alive. Estevez. The FBC locked Wake in the holding cells. They believe he's associated with the Dark Presence somehow. Wake is trapped in cell block lockdown. Well, they're not wrong.
Alan Wake is a para-utilitarian. The word's a mouthful, so you know it's serious. We have him locked up in the holding cells per protocol. He's connected to the Shadow in some way.
Para-utilitarian. I love that word. Estevez, we won't be able to open the cell block doors until the power is back on.
Huh.
Time to fix another fucking power outage.
Okay. Protocols don't mean that much at this point anyway. Don't make me regret this, Anderson. Until the power's back on, the door to the holding cells won't open. There's a fuse box downstairs in the basement. Here. You'll need these keys.
Darling, yeah, damn, not good. Still going to be interesting to see your full take on the game once you've finished it and played it a few times to see if the good outweighs the bad, like the gameplay and story or vice versa. Exactly. And I think doing future playthroughs on New Game Plus is going to take out a lot of that gameplay frustration as well. Especially if I just want to play through the game and do like a story playthrough. So it's going to be good to do a New Game Plus playthrough in the future and have a lot of stuff already in place. The fuse box is in the basement of the station.
The cell door won't open without power.
Need power to disengage the locks. Fuse box in the basement. Fuse box in the basement. Let's hope there is no fuse. Sorry, fuse box in the basement. Let's hope there's a fuse nearby.
Okay.
Cell block door is locked. What is this? Silent Hill? Hopefully Wake's safe in there. Need to get that door open. Alright, let's profile Casey.
I can tell something is wrong. What's happening to Casey?
I'm a goner. Swell. A shadow crawling under my skin. In my head. Call my ex. Tell her I'm sorry. Terminal case, Casey.
Something is wrong with him. He's hurt worse than he says. He's scared.
Anderson, good news, bad news. You can get to the cell block now, but the shaded hostiles that were in there are on the loose.
Thanks for the heads up.
Typical enemy too close to the camera bullshit. Enemies take 100 shots.
Anderson, good news, bad news. You can get to the cell block now, but the shaded hostiles that were in there are on the loose.
Thanks for the heads up.
Why get... Jesus Christ, I tell you what. I'm getting fucking sick of the game not recognizing my fucking inputs until it's too late.
Coming back up.
Copy.
The game doesn't like it when your fucking character is friggin' reloading the battery if you want to shoot the fucking enemy at you. It doesn't like when you do that. Oh no, you're not allowed to do that. Fucks up your aiming and makes the character do some weird fucking bullshit. The game doesn't like you quickly aiming and then shooting. Especially when your character's changing the battery in their flashlight, which is an automatic thing, which shouldn't be an automatic thing. He turns so aggravating even watching. Oh yeah, it's just, I just don't understand it. You know, it's like, I've said this time and time again with video games in general. Realism in video games is fine, but sometimes gameplay needs to be the priority, not realism. Is it realistic for your character to be able to use two hands to reload a battery in a flashlight, but then switch to shooting a gun with two hands before the battery is replaced? Of course it's not realistic. But in a game where you want to actually do things quickly, then that should be the priority. Fuck realism in that case.
Anderson, over here. Got a little cramped in that closet.
What's going on?
We had a hell of a time avoiding those taken. Ended up back here. Anyway, I wanted to warn you that we have the Koskela brothers in the cells as well. They're the ringleaders of the Cult of the Tree. Don't let your guard down.
Is the FBC sending any help?
We were the help. Well, us in the lake house. But we still have Bureau gear specifically engineered to fight this threat. It's stored in the back lot. We were setting it up when the Taken interrupted us. We have light arrays, a containment cell, etc., etc. We are not out of this fight yet.
What's at the lake house?
It's a Bureau research facility at Cauldron Lake set up to study the effects of this AWE. When I got into town, I went there for backup. The whole station is lost, taken by the Shadow. Lost a lot of agents. Barely got out myself.
Wish me luck.
According to the Luck and Probability Department, it's statistically bad luck to wish people good luck during a crisis.
Thanks.
I love that humor. Because it's very much in line with the sense of humor that's throughout the game Control itself.
Saga! Fucking FBI, FBC, you government fucks all fucking this up for us! Let us the fuck out!
You're the leaders of the cult. You're not going anywhere.
Wake will ruin everything. Get rid of him, Saga! You fucking shot me! Typical government stooge. Let me out so I can kill him, that fucker! You come to our town and act like you know what you're dealing with, but you have no fucking idea! Let us out! You can't stop it, none of you can. We can take care of this. We've been preparing for this.
I didn't wait long enough. This is another freaking glitch that's happening in this game. Usually, if you press a certain button when you pick up a manuscript page, it takes you directly to the manuscript page. Oh, it looks like it does. Okay, so that part's not glitched. But the part that is glitched is not being able to see the unread bit unless you've waited a while after you've gotten the page.
Agent Young held his clipboard up to the light. The equipment was all accounted for. He ticked the boxes, satisfied. A noise on the other side of the back lot made him pause. He peered into the darkness. Nothing. Shrugging, he signed and dated the form. Estevez wanted everything ready, just in case. Young appreciated a cautious leader. Estevez had held it together even after the oldest house had gone dark. Young began to head inside. The local sheriff's station was a tight fit, but at least they had a coffee machine. Young felt optimistic. They even had the para-utilitarian in custody already. Another clatter behind him. Closer this time. He turned, hand on his holster. He called out to the darkness. "This station has been seized by the Federal Bureau of Control. You're not authorized to be here." Suddenly, the lights flickered, went off. Young couldn't see a thing. Then from inside the station, the screams began.
This, however, is a glitch. See how it has all these things with a yellow mark next to it? That shouldn't be happening. And it's been happening the whole fucking game. This needs to be patched. Same with those. We've already watched all those.
I can tell something is wrong.
Alright.
What's...
I looked at that before the save had been made, apparently. Wake and the clicker. The station has been attacked. Oh, that's right. This is other stuff too that I had done after or before the save.
The cell door won't open without power.
Alright, I already read that before the save fucked up or whatever happened.
Yeah.
See this? It keeps pointing out things to me that I've already looked at.
Need the key.
Saga, do you have it?
You wrote Logan into the story. You told me yourself. From the dark place.
Listen, Scratch is coming. He's close. He's almost here.
My daughter is dead because of you. She's a child. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm trying to fix this. I will fix this. I'll save everyone, but we're running out of time. I need the clicker.
I have the clicker. You will fix this. You will save my daughter. Promise me.
Yes, I promise. But we're out of time. Hurry!
Don't fucking give it to him! Let him get it! He's a fucking monster, Saga! There it is! We've been waiting for you, motherfucker! I'm gonna fucking destroy you!
It's Scratch. He was pretending to be Wade. The plan's fucked. Estevez, come in. Scratch is here. How do I stop him?
Bad news. The containment unit isn't prepped, but the light array should affect him.
Okay. Lights. Got it.
I'm glad that the questions that I had to ask that I didn't ask on stream that I wanted the answers for were actually confirmed. I've had a feeling for a while now in the playthrough that Alan in the dark place is the true Alan, whereas the Alan that came out of the dark place earlier in the story when Saga and Casey found him was Mr. Scratch, pretending to be normal Alan.
These must power the light again. Need to find more.
Yeah, game, I know. Great. Jeez, I hate when prompt buttons on screen fail you. You're spamming the button as you go past, but the game doesn't recognize it because the camera isn't specifically trained on the exact fucking spot. Oh, come off it, game. Bull fucking shit. I know he's Mr. Scratch and all, but surely he would have been stunned by the fucking bloody flare. Or at least didn't want to go near the spot where it was. See what I mean? Like, there's just... everything's nerfed in this game, seriously. Flares are nerfed, flare guns are nerfed. It's like... well, I guess you can't just put a flare on the ground near something and then just have the flare prevent the enemy from getting to you. Like you can in the first game. Adrian, the classic quote from The Adventures of Jello Man and Wobbly, you guess. No, not the TV guys. Yeah. Damn. They were gone. Yeah, finally a Scratch battle. Yeah, it's cool that we're finally facing off against Mr. Scratch.
It's Scratch. He was pretending to be Wake. The plan is fucked. Estevez, come in. Scratch is here. How do I stop him?
Bad news. The containment unit isn't prepped, but the light array should affect him.
How do I activate the lights?
I can turn them on from here. You need to prime the 3 power cores first. The glowing is...
fuck. These must power the light array. I need to find more. Got one.
2 more to go.
Another core activated.
Only one left. Doing great.
Scratch was here. He'll be back. What the fuck do we do now?
I love the irony. Using light against him did jack fucking shit. Now again, I know it's Mr. Scratch, so I'm not expecting them to make him... I can't talk with songs going on in the game, so I'll pause it. I understand that they're going to have some things that Mr. Scratch is able to withstand that the normal enemies aren't. However, it is funny how you're more powerful against him using weapons before burning the darkness around him away. So I was expecting a little bit of, leeway in terms of like, at least if you use a flare and he'll go off of it, but he's just like, whatever, not affected.
Need to find the key.
Poor Yako, dead. But then again, he was killing people, so...
I found the lights. How do I activate them?
I can turn them on from here, but you need to prime the 3 power cores first. The glowing FBC generator cubes.
Nice glitch game. Hello, can I heal? Oh. I tell you what. All these little gameplay idiosyncrasies that they've programmed in. So I'm not allowed to heal Saga at this moment to make room in my inventory space to pick this up. Guess the game wants me to talk to people first. Radio. Already listened to all of these. Game keeps fucking putting marks next to them.
I assumed Wake escaped the dark place. Is it possible he's still there?
The Big Apple in an ocean of darkness. Gone diving. Note from my editor. You're using the wrong tense. Trapped in a loop. My friends will meet him when I'm gone.
Wake is still trapped in the dark place. Maybe he always was.
The FBC brought powerful light arrays to subdue the Taken.
The dark presence is vulnerable against bright light.
Bright light
At least
weakens.
that makes sense.
Bright light weakens the dark presence, can provide protection. Looks like the FBC is also aware of the dark presence's weakness. Wake and the clicker. Wake attacked. Scratch tried to take the clicker. Has Scratch been pretending to be Wake this whole time? Where is the real Alan Wake? Wake is trapped in the dark place.
Wake is trapped in the dark place. He's been reaching out, communicating with me in the overlaps.
Wake is in the dark place, been there the entire time, definitely there now. So he is there. Did he ever get out? What the hell is going on here?
The Big Apple in an ocean of darkness. Gone diving. Note from my editor. You're using the wrong tense. Trapped in a loop. My friends will meet him when I'm gone.
Yeah, Harbinger, they really are. Yeah, I like how they've done this. Wake has been contacting me from the dark place. I assumed something strange was happening with time, but what if it's simpler than that? Scratch wanted the same thing as Wake, the clicker. Their goals were the same. Could mean Scratch and Wake are one and the same, or just a coincidence? See what I mean? It keeps pointing out that there's more clues to look at, but there isn't. Would you bring this game to Steam, please, along with a new free PC? Yeah, I'm sure they'll oblige.
Scratch is Wake's double. He tricked us. He almost got the clicker from me. The whole plan has gone out the window. How could we get this so wrong?
Textbook boondoggle.
You said it, Anderson. It's a shit show. So what's the plan?
So how connected and similar is Alan Wake 2 to Alan Wake 1? Well, Alan Wake 1, you have a whole different system with your torch. You have batteries, but if you don't use the torch's burst, which uses up your battery quicker, the battery will actually recharge itself slowly. It's only when you actually use the light blast that it actually really uses up battery. If you just hold the light and shine it at the enemies, then it doesn't necessarily. Whereas in this game, they've made it more like ammo in a gun. But they're like connected story-wise, no doubt. But I mean, gameplay-wise, they're two different ball games. This whole mystery intrigues you. Yeah. So there's definitely none of this in Alan Wake 1. Like there's no standing in front of a board looking at stuff and all that kind of thing. Adrian, a boondoggle is a project that is considered a waste of both time and money. It is often continued due to extraneous policy or political motivations. Yeah.
The FBC usually handles stuff like this, right? Any thoughts?
Hold up. You brought a paranatural object in here without telling me and then almost handed it over to a hostile entity?
I didn't know if I could trust you. That was a mistake. So was believing Scratch. But it's not too late. I just need to understand more.
You got that right. Let's start acting like we're on the same side, yeah?
So tell me what I'm missing. The FBC must know something.
Good news, we have Bureau intel on all of this. Bad news, it's highly classified. Good news, consider yourself deputized into the Federal Bureau of Control. Here's a key to the cell where we keep the files. Happy reading.
Okay. Thanks. Go team. The horror story's changing reality. It made it so my daughter died here, even though she's supposed to be back home in Virginia. Do you know if that's...
AWEs are localized distortions of reality. The area outside town might not be affected. Sometimes they expand, sometimes they fizzle out. If we can make sure it's the latter, your kid might be fine.
The whole thing is a nightmare. I can't let my family be torn apart.
Having family isn't easy in this line of work. The late nights, travel, alternate realities threatening their existence. My ex-wife couldn't take it.
Karen, you're better off without her. I know I am.
Adrian, Estevez, because I'm a woman, isn't it, Saga? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't think that would be an issue. Adrian might be fine, might be only mostly dead. Perhaps.
Scratch pretended to be Wake to trick us.
He almost won me over. I should have trusted my gut. Had a bad feeling about him when we found him at the lake. When that insane monster cloud came at me in the woods, I saw a face inside it. Wake's. I think he was always a monster. Always Scratch.
You really don't remember Logan living in Virginia with me and David?
I remember you and David having problems. You needed a break. You and Logan moved to Watery and then Logan, well, that awful thing happened. After you came back to work, I thought you'd be the perfect partner for this case, if you were willing to return to the area.
Okay. That's enough. The story is changing your memories. What you're remembering is fiction. Logan is alive. I'm not divorced. We never moved here. I remember the truth.
No. Wake or Scratch, whoever that was, said the story could be used to attack us. We all need to question what's real. With that said, how do we know the story isn't giving you false hope?
I can't convince them. I just need to change the story.
This is the kind of case my ex hated. The ones that might kill me.
That's funny. The cases that might kill me were my ex's favorite.
Security measures. Officer James Cooper. I understand that there's a need to keep the arrested folks under lock and key, but who the heck is the paranoid madman who decided we needed every other door in our facility to be geared with the latest high-tech, top security nonsense? The stuff's not safe. One power outage and those locks aren't budging. I warned you about this a half a dozen times now. Don't blame me when you're locked in with no way out, Officer Cooper. DFS safety preparations. Hey y'all, I missed the sync on DFS safety prep last time. Any updates? What's the latest on crowd control? Whoever put bayonets into the suggestion box was clearly kidding. Right? Reminder. The front desk computer and admin email are not to be used for personal quarrels or other unofficial business, and remember to wash your coffee mugs. Admin. Thornton doesn't remember I already paid him back by buying him lunch months ago, so don't listen to him, and definitely do not touch my pay, or I'll swear to God I'll sue. Deputy Mulligan. Mulligan owes me $20 and refuses to pay it back. I suggest we dock his pay for that amount, plus interest, and add it directly into my paycheck. Deputy Thornton. Do not microwave whole fish. I shouldn't have to say this. Casey, the thing that attacked Casey had Wake's face. There was never any Wake. It was Scratch the whole time. Casey thinks Wake is Scratch, and has always been. Always has been, certainly possible.
When that insane monster cloud came at me in the woods, I saw a face inside it. Wake's. I think he was always a monster. Always Scratch.
Scratch was pretending to be Wake. Manipulating me. What does he want from me? No. I'm in control here. It's my mind place. He's powerful. Too powerful. Just his presence here makes me feel sick. Like a wave of terror through my head. I feel his single-minded drive to get the clicker.
That was cool. I was saying this before, but I really like how Mr. Scratch is the equivalent in the world of Alan Wake to Stephen King's character Randall Flagg in his works.
I'm sorry about your brother, Ilmo.
Yaku was all heart. He always went along with my ideas, no matter how stupid they were. Always happy to help. I got carried away. I never think things through. It's my fault.
I realize it's a bad time. But I need you to tell me everything about the Cult of the Tree.
The cult is my craziest idea that ever worked. Look, what kind of a cult calls themselves a cult? Exactly. We protect Watery and Bright Falls. We're the good guys. A secret neighborhood watch. Well, that was the idea anyways. Look, we've always known about the horror inside the lake. When any Taken come out, we kill them.
You don't turn people into Taken. You kill the ones who already have. You were trying to kill Alan Wake. Why?
Nothing good has ever come out of Cauldron Lake. The nightmare that hit Bright Falls in 2010 was all because of his writing. And ever since then, pages of his stories are floating up from the lake, and monsters keep popping out. It's all him, Wake. And if we don't stop him, no one will.
Wake's evil doppelganger Scratch is the threat we're facing, not Wake. And I will stop him.
I've never heard of anyone called Scratch.
How long has the cult been around for?
Certain folks around here have always known about Cauldron Lake. Before us, it was the Torchbearers. And when I inherited the mission, I wanted to call it a cult. It was genius. Just named it half the work. Made people too scared to go into the woods at night. Business 101. Fear is a great motivator. Ai vittu.
I was curious about the Cult of the Tree and all that kind of stuff. So, from Ilmo's perspective, Alan Wake, the actual Alan Wake, is the one to blame. And, I mean, from a certain point of view, that is true. But it's not like Wake meant for all this to happen. But we know that it's Mr. Scratch, who is the one that was using, like, you know, the Cauldron Lake and all that kind of stuff. And that he was doing a lot of writing. Because we learned earlier that Alan, the real Alan, had been trying to rewrite what Scratch had actually written. Cult of the Tree. Ilmo, he's never heard of Scratch. Cult wasn't working for or with Wake or Scratch, operating on their own. Doesn't seem like the cult has any connection to Scratch.
I've never heard of anyone called Scratch.
Ilmo, the cult found Wake's pages inside Taken and believed he was the cause.
Right.
Cult thinks Wake is responsible for Taken, believe killing him will stop this. I can't exactly fault their logic here.
Nothing good has ever come out of Cauldron Lake. The nightmare that hit Bright Falls in 2010 was all because of his writing. And ever since then, pages of his stories are floating up from the lake, and monsters keep popping out. It's all him, Wake. And if we don't stop him, no one will.
Ilmo, the cult of the tree targeted people already corrupted by the Dark Presence. Their goal was to protect the community. Cult of the Tree kills Taken to protect Bright Falls and Watery. The cult's intentions were good, even if they weren't seeing the full picture.
We protect Watery and Bright Falls. We're the good guys. A secret neighborhood watch. Well, that was the idea anyways. Look, we've always known about the horror inside the lake. When any Taken come out, we kill them.
Ritual was meant to destroy Taken, not create them. Purpose of the cult ritual was to kill Taken. So Nightingale was Taken from the start. The cult couldn't finish the job because they were interrupted.
Ilmo said the cult kills Taken. Is he telling the truth?
Surplus deer masks buy in bulk. We've got a floater, a Taken on the shore. Call the gang Yako. We are going hunting. Cult of the Tree. Keeping the town safe since 2013.
Ilmo is telling the truth about the cult. They really were fighting the Taken. We're on the same side. If the cult is killing Taken, then why did Nightingale turn into one?
Private party. Invitation only. Wrong time, wrong place. Time to go, Yako. A job half done isn't done at all.
Nightingale became a Taken because the Bookers interrupted their ritual.
Anybody seen one I like emotionals about?
Who knows? If it's not one thing, it's the other.
I think they've got the Koskela brothers locked up in there.
Anybody
I saw them
seen one I
go
like
in
emotionals
earlier.
about?
Who knows?
Oh, dear.
If it's not one thing,
Probably
it's the other.
got them
I think
for
they've
what
got the
happened to
Koskela brothers
Mocha the
locked up in
most.
there. I saw them go in earlier.
Oh dear. Probably got them for what happened to poor
I love the doubling up of the dialogue, both sets of dialogue repeating itself.
I'm still seeing spots from those lights. What the heck was that about?
Can anybody see inside? Are they still there?
Every time something exciting happens in this town, I miss it. Darn it.
I like that. The jukebox is out of order, yet music is still coming out of it.
I can't get through this.
After getting his hands on the FBC files, Ilmo Koskela knew what he was up against. He masterminded the cult, his and Yako's army, to fight the fucked up horror lurking under the lake, and a plan to keep those feds in their bunker by the lake in the dark. Outsiders would only screw things up. The Koskelas sabotaged the FBC's monitoring station and rigged it to alert them when something was brewing at the lake. One time months later, when the alarm rang, they drove to the lake again, ready for a fight. But this time, they didn't find any monsters. Something else washed ashore. The light switch. They'd read how Wake had stopped Jagger with it in the stolen files. From that point on, whenever the cult caught someone taken over by the Shadow, they cut out the monster's heart, pushed the switch into the hole, and flicked it.
I think you may be right. Might have been a mistake to come here. I don't think Marcy's come.
Now I can actually use my healing items. That's why I went that way instead of going back the other way. Because I wanted to be able to use the healing item. That's something that shouldn't be prevented in areas where we're exploring. You should still be able to heal your character even in an environment where there's no enemies. Transcript of interview with subject Alan Wake, suspected paramilitarian. Location Bright Falls, WA. Interviewer Kieran Estevez, lead agent. Mr. Wake, you have been taken into FBC custody and will receive an in-depth interrogation at a later date, but for now, I need to ask if there's anything you can tell us regarding the incident at the hotel, anything we may need to know. Alan, there is a force here you don't understand, a presence. It's after me. It wants to consume me, consume everything. Yes, you mentioned this dark presence before. Why does it want you? It feeds on artists, on the art they create. It wants me because of my writing, but it can be any form of art, any artistic expression, music, painting, film, photography. It can feed on any of it, all of it. You have to believe me. We are well aware of this entity, Mr. Wake. We've been tracking the situation here for a long time now. You yourself have been on our radar for over a decade. I'm sure those nuts in the research department are just going to love checking you out. Hey, make a note to redact that before submission. Let's get back on track. You mentioned a light switch earlier. Where is it now? I don't know, but I need it. I can't end this without it. Will you help me get it? Mr. Wake, you are in custody, pending charges for breaching of numerous federal violation codes. We're not going to give you a suspected paranatural object. You're not fucking listening to me. We are listening just fine. Now, do you have any accomplices? Fuck you. Let me the fuck out of here. It's coming for me. We're all in danger. Interview was terminated due to the subject being uncooperative.
The lake is a gateway to the dark place. What the hell is a para-utilitarian?
Deployment order. Urgent situation at approximately 1900 hours on 30th of September 2023. Readings from a remote surveillance unit monitoring Cauldron Lake, a known threshold to what researchers theorize is the origin dimension of A040, the shadow past acceptable limits. Attempts to contact FBC Research Facility WA03 codename The Lake House were unsuccessful. On-site event verification is not possible. Response procedures are initiated with immediate effect. Lead Agent K. Estevez will mobilize Investigation Unit Beta from the remote operations site at Redacted. All available Shadow-specific equipment Lot 411B has been approved for use in the field. Redacted, you say, hey? Totally understand. Objectives. To confirm an active event. If an active altered world event is occurring, the dispatch team will identify its nature and severity, limit exposure, and attempt to contain or neutralize the source. If no event is active, check monitoring equipment, perform a limited profile sweep of the area, and check status of the lake house and its staff. Additional information. Relevant operatives in the area include the Cult of the Tree, Redacted, and Alan Wake, currently missing. Item Classification Request 194F. Summary of Findings. Description, Power Utility. Based on reports, the item is a light switch from a lamp cord, with part of the severed cord still attached. Eyewitness accounts suggest that the item possesses the ability to alter reality, the changes being based on Redacted, when used by a capable para-utilitarian. Passing this item's effect from that of the Cauldron Lake threshold responsible for occurring AWEs in the area is difficult, because the only reported uses of the item have occurred near this threshold. Without more data, we cannot confirm if the item intensifies the effect of the threshold or vice versa, or if there is no connection whatsoever. Recorded material from Dr. Hartman after becoming redacted have revealed that Alan Wake eliminated Barbara Yaga, likely a physical manifestation of a redacted, by inserting the light switch into its chest and flicking the switch. The item is confirmed to have been used in 2010 to turn fictional writing into reality. See file AWE35. However, it is unclear what the restrictions and limitations of this effect are. Conclusion: the light switch is a possible object of power, but the team cannot conclusively classify the item based on second-hand accounts. Proper examination and testing is required in order to determine classification and precise effect of the item. Wake and the Clicker. FBC file in Cauldron Lake, threshold to another reality. Wake's in the dark place, and Cauldron Lake is the threshold to it. Triangle graffiti found around town. Cult symbol inspired by FBC logo, also drugs. The graffiti is in plain sight. Does it have a deeper significance? The story, FBC file on the clicker and its paranatural qualities.
The clicker amplifies any changes to reality suggested by a piece of art. Makes them permanent.
The clicker, a light switch with supernatural powers, must be used with art to amplify reality-changing effect. The FBC speculates that the clicker can only be used by a capable para-utilitarian. Cult of the Tree. Cult's use of imagery feels almost commercial, like branding. What kind of cult? Members are regular folks, locals, disorganized but dedicated. Symbols and attire have no deeper meaning. Cult psychology. Not fanatics, no signs of indoctrination, messy group of enthusiastic sociopaths. Seems our cultists aren't totally aligned here, don't sound like the true believer types.
You were the better Koska. Much better than me.
So the Cult of the Tree actually kills Taken. They were on our side, even if their methods are misguided and criminal.
It looked right from where we were standing. Nothing's what it seems in this case. Too many stories contradicting each other. Too many versions of the truth.
We have a lot of catching up to do after this thing is all over. Everything is different now. My family, me, the whole fucking world.
I'll buy the coffee, Anderson. Partners to the end. This case is one for the books.
I see what you did there. I'm gonna deal with the situation, Ilmo. But the town will need protection until we sort this out. I could use your help.
Right. I'll round up the gang. Whoever's left. We won't let these fucking monsters hurt any more of our people. We'll do my brother proud.
Thank you, Ilmo.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I was wondering where I fucking recognized those before. Of course, they're the same generators that we find in the game Control that Jesse can use. Tolan, I've seen those before. Indeed. Yeah. At the time, in the middle of a boss fight, but now I've just realized the look of them. Yeah. They seem larger. Alright, come up with a plan, I guess. The cult of the tree. Ilmo, Nightingale was already taken. Cult's ritual would have stopped him, but was interrupted.
Right.
Nightingale only victim to become a monster. Why? Cult ritual failed to destroy Nightingale because the book has interrupted it. Nightingale's ritual is the only one interrupted. That's why he was the only taken among the cult victims.
A job half done isn't done at all.
Whenever the cult caught someone taken over by the shadow, they cut out the monster's heart, pushed the switch into the hole, and flicked it. The cultists knew the clicker had power. They found it at Cauldron Lake. They found it at Cauldron Lake.
don't like all this chaos right before Deerfest. Maybe I should just stay here for the night and make sure no harm comes to my creation.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
What do you know? You're just an apprentice. You have no idea the pressures a professional like me is under. I don't like all this chaos right before Deerfest. Maybe I should just stay here for the night and make sure no harm comes to my creation.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
What do you know?
I like that. Tor is still just here, where we left him when we were here last time. So nothing new to say. Hit. I just had a thought. Because Artie's right next to this door here, I'm assuming that that's his access point to get back to at least the Ocean View Motel, so he can then make his way back to the oldest house and do his janitor work there. Kind of does make sense, yeah. Yeah, I just made that connection. As in the fact that that door is next to his room. Hey there, Maxie. Welcome, dude. It's going really good, thanks. How's things going with you? Hope it's going well. Come back here to get Saga's car. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Oh, a manuscript page that I missed. Grab that Red Dead 2 character quote. Okay, so I've got one. Is that perfume you're wearing? Or did a cat piss on some kerosene? Thanks for redeeming the Red Dead 2 character quote. Or quote in general. Oh, that's great, Maxi, that you're doing good. You're working from home today, so you got some Legion gameplay on the side while you work. Oh, hell yeah. That's so cool. That's awesome. That's good that you're able to. You remember that quote? Yeah. Yeah, it's an antagonizing one. Arthur says to Tilly, apparently. No doubt I've probably heard it, but forgot it. There it is.
Saga had slid into a nightmare. A growing amount of evidence said her daughter was dead. Saga couldn't accept that. Wake said it could be undone, but Wake was gone, in the custody of the Federal Bureau of Control. Casey, her only ally, was gone too. She was alone. Agent Estevez had pulled rank on her, stonewalled her, shut her out of her own case. Saga refused to give up. She needed answers. Torrenode and Anderson would have some. A family visit then. No one could blame her for that. Saga was trapped in a horror story. It was manifesting itself around her like the darkness of a mental illness, pushing her deeper and deeper.
I've actually forgotten where I parked Saga's car now. Thank you for the follow, King Mike. Oh, oh my god. It's actually there. Okay, that's where it is. Here we go. Now I'm back where I need to go to be able to go back to Bright Falls.
It's empty. There's nothing there, just darkness.
I'm going to go to Wardry first.
And now, the sheriff's station? Did you hear?
Hear what?
Apparently, they locked up that crime writer, you know, the one who disappeared in Bright Falls years ago. And then they find him, and boom, all hell breaks loose.
Big city folk, the FBI, famous writers. Ugh, they're all bad luck if you ask me.
Oh. Hello, Mayor Setter. Nice to meet you.
So all this time, Setter has been a dog. Setter, a dog, is the mayor. Now that I know that, let's reread these slogans. Mayor Setter will stand up for justice. Mayor Setter is not afraid of the rough questions. Rough. When you ask, Mayor Setter will speak. Mayor Setter won't roll over on the issues. Setter is better. Vote Mayor Setter to sit in office. Jesus Christ. What a gag for them to pull. Maxie, they must be barking up the wrong tree. They definitely are. Holy shit. Oh man, that's so damn funny. I was wondering earlier in the playthrough about the stickers the slogans that we come across, and then when you go to the mine place, the stickers that come up to represent them were on either side. And I thought, oh, maybe I've just been getting them at points in the game where you're supposed to at that point, and so there's an order to which they put them into the thing, and then maybe there'll be more in the center. But I haven't been back to Watery since a lot of stuff has happened in the game, so coming back here and just seeing the dog there, I'm like, oh, okay. So there we go. Nice one. That was a nice gag. Oh, now, hang on. Hang on, now this other thing makes sense now. What the other dude was saying. Hold up, there's another element to this now that I just remembered. Oh, thanks for clipping that moment, Maxi. Thank you so much, dude. Jim's mayoral candidacy. Okay, so now that we know that Mayor Setter is actually a dog, take note of what this other mayor candidate says about Mayor Setter. This puts this whole thing in a different perspective now, knowing that it is actually a dog.
And that wraps up my list of favorite park benches in Bright Falls. And now, I just want to clear something up from our last broadcast. There was some talk, an off-color joke of sorts, about Wendy Davis of Davis Family Beef Jerky being dead, which of course is a bunch of hogwash. So I'm gonna give our dear friend Wendy a call so we can put an end to these silly rumors. And, oh, it looks like we already have her on the phone line. Wendy, hello.
Hi there, Pat.
That's not Wendy.
No, this is Jim Figamore. Remember, we were going to do the announcement today.
Oh, was that today? Listeners, we have Jim Figamore with us and the director of the Bright Falls Community Theater,
And I'm here to announce that the theater will be losing one of its most dignified thespians as I, Jim Figamore, will be running for mayor. Hold for applause.
Well, that's quite an announcement, Jim. Just let me find my notes here. I have some questions written down for you.
The real question is what happened to this town. Bright Falls used to draw in thousands of tourists with its vibrant art scene and impressive bird feeders. And what's our reputation now? Haunted Bright Falls. Spooky Bright Falls. The world is laughing at us. And now all this business with the FBI? We need a mayor who can turn this town's reputation around. And nobody knows more about the role of mayor than I do. I played one in the theatrical production of Fiorello, to glowing reviews by Coffee World magazine. Mayor Setter is a joke. And you know what? I hear he kills cats. There.
Now, Jim, this is a family show. I found my notes here, so why don't we pivot to some questions? First question, what exactly goes into that delicious beef jerky? Right, so it looks like these are my questions for Wendy Davis of Davis Family Beef Jerky.
The only jerk I care about is Mayor Setter. Our future's at stake. Pets are being murdered. And it's time for a change. Jim Figamore for mayor. That concludes our program today.
Oh, I actually had more to...
Jim Figamore and Pat Maine signing off. And we've got a great tune here to play us out. Take it away, Pat.
There we go. So now that we know that Mayor Seta is actually a literal dog, when you listen back to that interview from earlier and the other dude is like, Mayor Seta is a joke, which turns out to be true because the joke is that the mayor's actually a dog. You don't find that out until you've actually looked at all the slogans for Mayor Seta, and then you go to Watery after the events that have happened in Bright Falls with Mr. Scratch and stuff. And then you'll find out that he's actually a dog, and how this other candidate is like, and I hear he kills cats, trying to, disparage the dog by accusing it of killing cats. Maxie gonna make some phone calls, dude, so be lurking. Hope you enjoy the rest of Alan Wake 2. That's okay, Maxie. No worries at all, dude. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. I really appreciate it.
Well, that's the cutest mare I've ever seen for sure.
That mayor would get my vote. Test sites in Watery. Location arrangements. Ranger Cabin Trailer Park Lighthouse Downtown Coffee World Watery Woods. Experiment PFNR16, codename Maiden Waiting, prop item L1. Dearest, when are you returning? I've been waiting for so long, I miss you. Send me a letter as soon as you can, it's lonely here and I pine. Your fair maiden. Experiment PFNR16, codename Maiden Waiting, prop item L2. My dear maiden, I am out of luck and out of means. I'd love to come back home to you soon, but alas, I must gather my strength and my funds first. Don't forget about me. I'll be with you sooner than you think. Yours truly. Experiment PFNR16, codename Maiden Waiting, prop item L3. Dearest, it pains me to hear you will not be arriving, but I will keep waiting until you do. I would never forget about you. How could I? Your fair maiden. RE Maiden Waiting Failure from Michaels to Vega. Alright, thanks. I'll try to add some complexity and charm. This is a really great use of my Masters in Applied Physics. Michaels, Junior Assistant Researcher. So there are no results. The propping has been proven to be effective according to Dr. Campbell. Maybe it's something in the rhyme itself. Is it too mature, too direct? Should we add complexity and charm to it? Try some different approaches and get back to me. Vega, Assistant Researcher. Just to update you, I haven't had any success with setting the stage yet. Even the letters from the characters themselves are no use. Do you have any tips on what I should try next? Michael's Junior Assistant Researcher.
Oh, another rhyme.
There once was a faithful girl, at home she stayed, and there she prayed for her lover to return, but he collected fair maidens just as he did their stolen riches and broken hearts.
Keep trying. Nope. No. Sure.
An email exchange between FBC researchers about the nursery rhymes. The emails indicate the FBC is authoring these rhymes, but why? Fake correspondence between nursery rhyme characters. These letters are part of an FBC file written in the style of fictional characters. FBC file listing test sites in Watery. The locations are Ranger Cabin Trailer Park, Lighthouse, Downtown, Coffee World, and Watery Woods. Maiden doll used to solve the rhyme puzzle. It's got a little bag for all its maidenly needs. Rhyme found in a mobile home in downtown Watery. A rhyme about a girl who fell for the wrong guy. Why is it always the girl who gets cheated on?
What the hell?
Oh, cool. So doing that whole Meseta little thing gets you this charm. Marks all nearby resources and points of interest on Saga's map. Cool.
So, is everyone all right down there in Bright Falls?
I just don't know. There's a lot of good folk in that town. A lot of friendly folk.
And it used to be such a nice, quiet place, too. Like Watery. Before certain people came to town.
Alright, so let's see what this charm was that
I'm
we
gonna
just...
need a bigger charm bracelet.
We just got. Coffee mug charm saves you from death but shatters in the process. Cool. They're very handy to have. So I've come back here because there's a place that I can access now that I have the bolt cutters that I couldn't access before.
Another cult box.
Bingo! Resident shouted! Simple in and out job! Hold out! Upside down! That one! Lights flickered! This station has been seized! Couldn't see a thing!
See how ridiculous the enemies are in this? How OP they fucking are? Like, the balancing is just absolutely fucked up for this game. Just ruins the gameplay experience. Alan Wake 1's gameplay is better. Mainly when it comes to the combat and using the lights and all that kind of stuff. Spare parts. You know what? I can't be bothered with these fucking puzzle things. Saved 6 minutes ago. This one will be the most recent. I don't care about the shit that I just collected. If I'm not going to worry about opening that box, there's no point in accepting the waste of ammo that I did. Not worth it. Need to keep going so I can finish the game today. Spending too much time doing side stuff. Take the prompt off the screen for me. Thank you, game. Appreciate it. Hey there, the Percenter. Speaking of OP enemies, the bears in Rise of the Tomb Raider can take a whole clip of automatic weapon fire, several poison arrows, and a load of pistol shots total damage sponges. Yeah, those bears in that game can be. They definitely take a lot.
There's another lunchbox.
Remember, it's just a bad day, not a bad life. But if you're having a good day, ignore this whole thing. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning as well. Welcome on in. How's Alan Wake 2 treating us today? Well, the gameplay with combat and enemy sponges and them being, OP is still an issue. But story-wise, doing really well. got a bit further on Saga's side of things, and there was a funny thing that we experienced as well. They kind of had a very long build up to it, but the end result was way worth it. Okay, so it's not the lake house that we need to go to. Alright, reload the save that I made 4 minutes ago. Hey there, Senny, welcome on in. Gotta love damage sponges. Yeah, they've definitely made the combat in this unforgiving and a step back from the original game. Listen, they're nice. Glad to hear it's going well. Hopefully there won't be one super big annoying boss fight at the end or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those games that will really benefit on a New Game Plus playthrough. Because, I mean, the first game never had any upgrades or anything like that or by any stretch. And in so doing in this sequel, they've on purpose made certain things really weak. It's like, oh, you think that flare gun's gonna do a lot of damage? No. Come up with a new plan, eh? Well, that's been the main objective for years now, but I haven't worked out how to actually initiate it. Unless there was a glitch and certain people that needed to be interacted with couldn't be. Oh, there's been some developments that have happened in the main story quite a lot too, so just a heads up for people who might be trying to avoid spoilers. I'm getting close to the end of the game for both Saga and Alan. Listen, do you hate it when games take something that is really useful in earlier games and nerf them in later games? Yeah, you know, and like the flare used to be a really good weapon to use to get them to go away from you, and something I will give them is that in this game, like in Resident Evil remakes, you have a defensive way to use the flares, which does come in handy, but then you also have the fact that the some enemies take more than one blast of the light to actually get the darkness around them off, because they've made the light more like a gun with ammunition. Crooked Odyssey be like, hold my beer. You want to deal good combat damage, one hit assassinate guards and be able to headshot only once? Choose one. Yeah, just choose one, not the other. Alright, the camera shake glitch has come back, it looks like. Yep. Listen, and no matter what, no fun allowed. None at all. What is this fun thing you speak of? It's not possible. Come up with a new plan. We can't exactly talk to Ilmo anymore because there's nothing else to talk to him about.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, we've got to go to the... Alright, so this is probably where we had to go. The morgue, maybe. I don't know. come up with a new plan. Get out. Tahiti mangoes. Okay, the game's not exactly clear on where I need to go to make up a new plan. What do we do? Do we go to a notepad? For later, for later. Alice Casey lunchboxes. Story. Can't access any of this stuff, but it keeps pointing it out to us. Okay, yep. Story. Oh, it just keeps... It really fucking gets confusing. Like this glitch where it still marks off things you've already... It marks things as not having a look at, even though you have. Listen, you're doing well yourself. Had fun finishing up Resident Evil 5 and doing the RE2 remake bonus run yesterday. You went to bed early since you drank a whole bottle of wine. Oh, you did? Oh, cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. You do have your doctor appointment later this morning, so your fingers crossed going to find out if you get to keep your anxiety meds. Well, hopefully so, Lucinda, because then that way you know that there's nothing that really has to kind of like change or get used to a new way of, well, not a new way of doing things, but not have to have the pressure of trying to get used to something new like that. Yeah, Lucinda, plan. Percenter, it's good to play games where you're both OP and under P, like Skyrim and Outlast respectively. Skyrim is like a god simulation in that you end up with insane abilities and can summon demons, control dragons, slow time, etc. Yeah, it's trying to get that balance as well. But at the same time too, you need to not have skills, for example, that should be given to you by default. Like I was using an analogy that, it's slightly exaggerated, but it's like you shouldn't need a skill to be able to open a door that has a handle that isn't hard to open or the door's not locked just to be able to do so, You should be able to open basic doors that aren't locked that need to be open for progression without having to get a skill to be able to do it. Stuff like that. Listen, you dislike when games put skills locked behind other completely unrelated skills. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're going to lock skills behind others, make sure that they're in the same category and they're actually, useful. Where you have to get a skill you don't need to get one that you do. That's it. Yeah, it's like that kind of thing is really frustrating in games.
An electrical lock system with no failsafe. Smart.
Alright, game. Where do you fucking want me to go? I've been to Watery, I've been to Cauldron Lake. Nada. What the? With an electronic system like this, you'd think they'd at least have a backup generator. Oh well. That's an old thing.
My brother.
Whatever all that was about, it sounded real fishy to me.
Yep. A lot of fishy stuff happening around here recently. Haven't you? Oh, I know.
Busted, you kind of think this is purely based of how well it's designed, because WoW skill trees were exactly like that, but they were fun. Yeah, the way that skill trees are sort of like set up and planned out and all that kind of stuff. Like if you've got a skill related to how fast you can open something, but you don't care about how fast you open something, you shouldn't have to get the skill to open something fast just to get to the skill locked behind it to increase your maximum health. You know what I mean? That should be in its own category of things. For example, it's like, here's an upgrade to unlock something faster. Oh look, the next one after, you can unlock it even faster. But it's all tied to the one thing. So if you don't care about how fast you unlock something, you can not worry about those skills and just focus on increasing your health. And they're all in the one sort of like category. Okay, so the game is literally not telling me how to make up a new plan, what I need to do, where I need to go, so I'm going to Google it, because I don't have time for this shit. I was planning on finishing this game in this stream, and it's not going to happen if I'm just roaming around the same place. Alright, so we're in we're in chapter 6. Alright, some other people have had the same issue with this. Ah, this is why. Okay. For some reason, I got sidetracked and didn't notice that there was this to collect.
Wake isn't the first person the Dark Presence disguised itself as.
Report supplement RE The Shadow summary. Through extensive interviews with witnesses of Altered World Event 35, additional details regarding the Shadow have been discovered. Redacted and Redacted, both present during the AWE, reported seeing a woman named Barbara Yaga in Bright Falls at the time. Yaga is a former actress and Bright Falls resident who emigrated with the filmmaker Thomas Zane from Finland and was reported to have drowned in Cauldron Lake during a redacted AWE in 1970. Research staff have concluded that Jaeger's appearance is likely a case of the Shadow manifesting in human form. Research is ongoing as to the nature of the connection between the Shadow and the psychophysical signatures available for it to mimic. Current hypotheses are: A. The Shadow can only manifest as artists or individuals tangentially involved in the creation of art who have operated within a certain physical range of Cauldron Lake. The Shadow can manifest as any individual contained, definition needed within Cauldron Lake. Research is actively ongoing. FBC file. Dark Presence assumed the form of Baba Yaga. Oh.
I need to know what information I can still trust.
Scratch pretended to be Wake. Used us. For how long? The whole time? Can anything Wake said be trusted? So this isn't the first time the Dark Presence has stolen someone's form. FBC file on capabilities of light switch object, the clicker. According to the file, Wake has used the clicker to change reality before.
Wake told me the clicker would fix this. But Wake was actually Scratch. How can I trust anything he said?
The artist must conclude his work. He rides a storm on your piece. Wake up and smell the danger. We told you already, kiddo. What Tom said about the light switch is true. Don't let the story confuse you. You need him to write the ending you want. The clicker can make that ending come true.
But we don't have Wake. Everything we knew about the clicker was true. He wasn't lying.
Bunny, is that Dumbledore? Good one.
Scratch told me the clicker can be used to change the story. Does that match your understanding of this thing?
Yeah, the light switch is a paranatural item, maybe even an object of power. We have verified reports that Alan Wake was in possession of it during the AWE here back in 2010. It definitely has power. We know that much.
I can come up with a plan. I always do.
Estevez, the FBC identified the clicker as a paranatural item. They believe it has power.
The clicker can fix this. But I can't use it without Wake. Tor knows about this stuff. Maybe he can help.
Clicker still useful? Clicker is still best option. Need Wake's help to the right ending change reality. The FBC is confident the clicker has power, but can that power help us, or just scratch?
Yeah, the light switch is a paranatural item, maybe even an object of power. We have verified reports that Alan Wake was in possession of it during the AWE here back in 2010. It definitely has power. We know that much.
Wake is still in the dark place. How do I get him out?
We live and breathe rock and roll. From the silence of screams, from the fever of dreams. The clicker can amp up other works of art, not just Tom's writing. Anything created with passion. The dark power of the lake will make it creep into reality. But if the holder of the clicker believes in the art, they can make it all come true in the flick of a switch.
I can use the clicker without Wake. Only Wake's writing can change the horror story. But I can use the clicker to change something else. Like getting Wake out of the dark place.
Bunny, what is the clicker? It's basically the switch off of a lamp that has been disconnected, and it has magical power. Yeah, Crooked Tor. Heh. Yeah, they've definitely showcased in this game, and this isn't a spoiler, but well, I mean, the fact that Tor is in this game is a spoiler for those who haven't played it before, but this isn't a spoiler, but they've been more apparent with the ties to their actual heritage. Because in Alan Wake 1, you kind of get the idea that they were just fans of the whole Norse stuff, and that's why they took on those sort of identities and stuff. But in this game, you learn that their heritage actually is Finnish, and they do have a heritage basis for the way that they actually, how they going about things as the old gods of Asgard and all that kind of stuff as well. So it adds a bit more character to them. Not saying that they didn't have character in the first game, but it adds an even different layer on top. The clicker can be used by anyone, so long as the holder believes in the power of the art's message.
I will use the clicker to change reality, and bring Wake back at Cauldron Lake. I'll need the right work of art, but that won't be a problem.
How to rescue Wake. We'll try using the clicker at Cauldron Lake to pull Wake out of the dark place. Wake wrote the story, so I need him to change the ending, but I can use the clicker to change something else.
We told you already, kiddo. What Tom said about the light switch is true. Don't let the story confuse you. You need him to write the ending you want. The clicker can make that ending come true.
Hello there, Brutus. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well.
I've got it now. I just need to tell the others what to do and fix everything. For good. So we need Wake to fix the story, right? That hasn't changed. So here's what I have. Wake's still trapped in the dark place, under the lake. I think we can use the clicker to get him out. But first, we need a work of art. Something other than his story. And that'll get him here.
I'm not filling out the paperwork for this one. I wouldn't know where to start. But I'm sold.
Okay. Look, this feels like something that once we get the ball rolling, there's no turning back. You sure you have it all figured out?
Alright, cool. I love when games do this. It really helps. It's going well, Brutus? Oh, that's great to hear, dude. I'm glad to hear that it's going well. And I'm doing great. Things are going good. This is the beginning of the end game. To travel to Cauldron Lake, you need to save your game first. Exploring and traveling to other areas will be limited if you choose to continue.
I'm ready to head to Cauldron Lake now. Let's get the plan started.
Okay, here we go. We'll be there for you. What do you need from us?
I'll head to Cauldron Lake with the clicker.
Scratch will try to get you, Anderson. You'll need backup.
I can tell there's no talking you out of coming, Casey. Estevez, is there a way to get that light array to the lake?
Oh, I've got you covered, so good news there. And we'll bring our mobile containment unit. It's specially built for entities like Scratch.
And this work of art, Anderson. What's the plan for that?
I'll make some calls on the way. Just meet me at Cauldron Lake.
Hey, Alex. It'll be easier on you to ride with us. We'll have waterfront parking.
I like the sound of that.
Tor, I need the old gods of Asgard. I need a very special song.
Hell yeah! The tour bus is already loaded, and we've said our goodbyes. Ready to hit the road, just like the old times, baby.
You saw this coming, huh? Of course. I need a song about Alan Wake. About bringing him out of the dark place.
A rider. A lake of darkness. Bringing him into the light. It writes itself.
I hope they've still got it.
Adrian, how's progress? Oh yeah, it's Poets of the Fallen time. Progress is going well. We just got a message to tell us that this is the end of the game section. Place got pretty barren. Yeah, sure did. Adrian, everyone indoors or dead? Bit of both. How's the death count? Not keeping one.
Pick up. David, please pick up.
David.
David! It's me. Where have you...
Stop. For once, you need to listen. You left me. You took my daughter away from me. Then you let her... She's dead because of you. And I don't ever want to hear your voice again. Stop calling me.
David! Jesus Christ. It's getting worse. It's spreading. I'm running out of time.
Oh, Adrian, you meant the characters. I see.
I need to go back. Got a case to solve.
Oh, did you, Adrian? So it was in that game, was it? I thought.
With the lights, Anderson. Where do you want them? Set them up on the shore. We need to be ready if Scratch shows up. We'll be ready. That's the best out.
I thought it was one from Alan Wake 1. But yeah, I've not played American Nightmare for quite a few years now.
Another one of those rhymes.
Brutus, you have American Nightmare. You got it free somehow years ago. Oh, cool. Yeah. Adrian, Alan in the manuscript says, I used to think it was just my imagination, something brought on by the adrenaline and fear of death, but now I'm not so sure. I've been touched by powers that can't begin truly comprehend. They've all left a mark. I'm starting to think this might be part of it. So if control law is to be believed, Alan's time in the dark place made him a paratotalitarian with the link to the typewriter and flashlight objects of power. Yeah. Yeah, that's something that I knew already, that those objects, that they were considered that. But I just forgot about that manuscript page about Wake talking about the powers, well, being touched by the powers. Bruce, you guess you have the first Alan Wake game too. Never played either one. Well, that's good though if you decide to. Because American Nightmare, like, to be honest, I prefer the first game to American Nightmare, but it's still something that's worth playing at least once.
That must be Torn Odin. Maybe I should check in.
Kiddo! We're almost at the gig! And Odin's run over 4 minions of darkness! The boss is our hammer!
I need you to meet me at the shore. Is the song ready?
Almost. Odin's got a killer chorus. Come save your soul, awake new and whole. By name I will summon him. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's a dark ocean summoning.
Yeah, exactly, Adrian.
Pedal to the metal, bro! Metal to the pedal! Yeah!
Very rock and roll way to drive.
Alright, so it's prevented us from also switching back to Alan. Which will still work out well because you don't get the whole game done until you play both characters all the way to their ends. But I want to end the playthrough playing as Alan anyway, so my thought was to get to this chapter and then switch back to Alan and do one chapter of his to line them up so that they're even closer to the end. But for future playthroughs, I'll be able to keep this in mind, that this is where the point where the game won't let you switch back to Alan.
The lights in the containment cell are good to go, Anderson.
Great. A Torinode in there yet?
The two golden oldies, well, they're here. And they bought moonshine. I love them already.
They're a lot.
You wanted to know what art we would use? Well, that's them. I'll be there soon.
Been a while since we played on this shore.
Play the phone.
Where you?
Where'd it go?
See how OP these enemies are? Already lost all my ammo.
Gonna need more reverb. I'm getting no bounce out here.
Hey, where are my chimes?
I threw them out. Chimes are not rock and roll.
Yeah, they are. If you know how to use them.
Hey! I'm here! I'm here! Let's get ready! Anderson, we've set up a control center up here overlooking the area.
Anderson, I can drop more gear down for you if you're running low.
I'll use the lights to hit the Taken when they come. Light them up for you. Bad news is we were in a hurry. The power supply is spotty. Your partner here will try to keep it running.
I'm not a damn mechanic. I wish your tech guy was here, Karen. Kiddo, we're ready to rock and roll. Just say when. We're ready when you are. We'll play this at maximum volume. We're waiting for your signal, Saga. This'll be a show for the ages. Just like old times, fighting the force of darkness with heavy metal.
Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
Grandpa, you signal me when the song is done, and I'll use the clicker to bring Wake back. Hit it!
Hello, Calder. Great to see so many federal agents here tonight. Prepare to experience a soul-searing, mind-frying act of black magic and sorcery. This song goes out to our favorite tortured rider. Let these sweet tunes guide you out of the darkness. It's called Dark Ocean Summoning. You're making me look bad for the Saga, bro. Try that again.
Paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson. I have them in the light. They're coming. Henderson on the right. I'll get him into the light. Anderson, heads up.
Got a delivery for you, Anderson.
I'll light him up. Anderson on the left.
Anderson, more gear waiting.
More taken on the way.
Harbinger, that was from Alan Wake 1 in case you forgot. I don't think so, dude. I've played that game multiple times by now. I think I'd know the prominent quote at the end of the Alan Wake 1.
A lot of paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson. Blast them with the light. Anderson, trouble on the way. I got it for you, Anderson. I'll get him into the light. Anderson, I dropped it here for you.
Adrian, kind of like telling a Star Wars fan, by the way, Vader Luke is Luke's dad. Yeah. There's a glitch I've noticed where when you pick up ammo, for some reason, sometimes the game likes to throw up the inventory screen.
Natural crimes happening right now.
And when the inventory screen comes up, it locks you out of moving.
Take an incoming, Anderson. Anderson, heads up. I got him for you, Anderson. Look out on the right. I'll light him up.
See?
Taking all the way.
I went to pick up...
More ammo waiting.
Remember in Alan Wake 1 how light would actually fucking, do something for the enemies? Yeah. Those were the old days. Yeah, reloading the battery is the priority when you've got an enemy right in fucking front of you. The game automatically reloads your battery for you on the flashlight, which isn't handy when you're in a battle situation, when it locks you out of shooting straight away. See how OP these enemies are?
Anderson, stock up on ammo.
Coming. Anderson, trouble on the way. of paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson. I have him in the light. Anderson, trouble on the way. I'll light him up. I got him for you, Anderson.
Anderson, more gear waiting.
I have him in the light. Anderson on the left.
When I actually press the button to sprint, I want to sprint, not reload. Great, now I have to do that from the fucking start again. Jesus fucking Christ. I'll be finishing this game today, that's for sure.
A whole lot of paranatural crimes happening right now. It's fucking awesome. I want a t-shirt.
The show's drawing a crowd.
Take an incoming, Anderson.
You'd think I was playing on Nightmare Ultra Super Duper Realistic Fuck You mode, but I'm just playing on normal.
I'll get him into the light. They're coming. Anderson on the left. Anderson, heads up. More taken on the way.
Got a delivery for you, Anderson.
I'll blast him with the light.
Anderson, I dropped gear for you.
More taken on the way. Anderson, heads up.
More ammo waiting.
Get him into the light. Anderson, they're trying to stop the song.
The Taken are going for the old guys. Fucking hell! Yes!
The power of rock and roll.
There. A connection to the darkness.
Checkpoint, please.
That's the place to use the clicker. This is it!
What happened? Why didn't it work?
I did everything right. Art to bring him back? Clicker to make it real? So where the fuck is he?
Alright, so the game at this point puts us back as Alan. So, whatever, like if you chose, I'm assuming that if you chose to just do Saga stuff and you got to that point, then the game would put you where you first find Alan when you switch to him for the first time, if you were to switch to him for the first time. Because this is where we're actually up to in Alan's stuff. Hubbinger, you're really torn. You want to play both Alan Wake 1 and Baldur's Gate 3, but don't know which one first. Stay tuned for our next episode in AW3. Yeah, definitely not the end yet.
needed a new draft of the story. One that would get me ahead of Scratch.
Part 1, Masks. Running out of time. Scratch wrote Return. He stopped me before I could reach the end with my edits. He had it now. The horror story would still come true. I had to stop Scratch before he escaped. One last chance. One last draft of initiation to get me there. Scratch wrote Return. He has it. Stop him.
I don't have time for this, so let's get it over with. Tell me, was this all fake? A show?
No one said otherwise, Mr. Wake. It was to indulge you, but we can stop pretending now.
Masks come off.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even think you know who's under your mask, but you know how to make things difficult for yourself. All these rules, endless, convoluted loops you insist on going through. You are so lucky, you know. There are so many people helping you. Armies of people. Myself. Your wife.
Alice. I need to get to her. She's in danger.
She is. Because of you. And so is someone important to me, someone you pulled into this. You keep opening doors. Peeking in. Reaching through to get what you want, and that puts you in my path.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now.
Maybe you will make it through this time. This has gone on long enough. This and our night springs. It was a nice distraction.
It's time someone gave me a straight answer here.
The next time we meet, the circumstances will be very different. And you would do well to return the favor by playing your part. Or stay out of my way, Mr. Wake.
Whatever you say. Door, Zane, the masks were finally coming off. Was it a sign I was closer to escaping? I had no time to waste.
Oh yeah, I've already read that. Heh.
Wake.
Hurry, Tom. Here is the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jumalauta, that held you close, Tom. Mutta onward, set the granny in the snow. When the panic is biggest, the help is also near.
Door didn't seem happy to see me this time.
Fearing the master is the root of wisdom. But don't let the game get you down. He's playing his role. Maybe put him in your films, Tom, like you have put me. Sehän olisikin.
What films?
I'm a fan of your masterworks. There is Tom the Poet, my favorite, and Yöden Yö is the most famous one, of course. And is it true what I hear, that it's coming back to cinemas soon? Is there a bottom to this rumor?
I need to get back to my apartment. Can you help me?
Well, planned is half done. You asked me to make sure you won't forget mikä se valokuva oli? The light pictures. The photos your artist wife took. They are waiting in the shoebox in the basement. What you leave behind, you find in front of you.
Okay. Thanks, Adi.
Through the door. I did not know who or what Door was, not a talk show host, but I did not create him, an entity affecting the story from outside, affecting me, not the only one. My stories had not created anyone. The power of the dark place changed lives, messed up lives, real lives, but I could not stop now, or else the darkness would win. Door to where?
To get to Parliament Tower, I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
Inside this messy maze of blood trails I was chasing the cult through, I ran into the filmmaker, Thomas Zane, an esoteric bohemian with a hard-on for acts of cruelty performed in the name of occult nonsense. A director wants to control every aspect of the world in their films. Is the cult leader any different? Was Zane just another alias for Scratch? There was a rumor that Wake and Zane had been working on something together. I was going to get the truth out of Zane with whatever means necessary.
Adrian, how many weapons does Alan get? So far he's got the revolver and the shotgun and the flare gun. But haven't come across any rifles yet or anything else for him. Lots of litter on the streets there, Lucinda. Heaps of it.
To get to Parliament Tower, I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
Inside this messy maze of blood trails I was chasing the cult through, I ran into the filmmaker, Thomas Zane, an esoteric bohemian with a hard-on for acts of cruelty.
To get to Parliament Tower, I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
getting fucking stuck on the environment and the camera being way too close to actually get a good shot on the enemies because they're right in your face as well.
Zane's room, 665, was upstairs. The elevator would take me there.
Yeah, Buster, this is only on normal difficulty. So I don't know what the game would be like on the hardest difficulty. Probably a Kumu mode, one hit and you're dead.
Something told me Zane wouldn't be happy to see me this time.
I'm in control now. The second you try anything, I will shoot you in the head. Scratch wrote return, not me. You're a fucking liar.
You'd given up. You stopped writing. You said it was too dangerous, that we didn't deserve to get out. And then he showed up. Scratch. He promised to write. To get me the hell out of here. He was magnificent. A visionary. I mean, it was art. But then, when he finished, he took return and left me behind.
It's still here, and so is he.
I know I fucked up. But you can still catch him before he gets out, before he gets to your wife. And when you get to him, don't hesitate. Kill the bastard for what he did to us. There's a murder site in my cinema where my film Nightless Night is playing.
I told you not to try anything!
Whoa. Part 2, Zane's film, Labyrinth of Me. Zane had lied to me. Scratch wrote return. Zane was a liar. He had secrets. He knew where the murder sites were. I'd make him tell the truth. Zane had worked with Scratch, but Scratch had left him behind. There is a murder site at the cinema, where Zane's film was playing Nightless Night, the companion piece to Return. Zane lied. Murder site at the cinema.
What the fuck? I had a million questions about Zane, but I had more pressing concerns. I had to find the movie theater Poets Cinema. The next murder site was there. Zane had created the film in tandem with Return to escape the dark place.
I like that. Wheeler Street.
Wake.
Ah, damn it. Another little thing with Dr. Darling in it.
I could see the searchlight beams of the movie theater on the far side of the plaza.
The heat of the murder was like a crown burning on his brow. A Dark Place Films presents Nightless Night. Aha, there we go. There's the spotlights. No steering, no words, no control. The cult of the word.
Please enjoy the film, sir.
The cinema lobby was a gateway to other realities on the silver screen. I could set a scene here.
Only horror comes out of it.
hurt. I would let the currents of this ocean wash me away. But what if I forget why I stopped? What if I forget I stopped it? All that is fucked up. If that happens, I'll start writing again. Did I stop writing at some point? I can't stop. There's too much at stake. The main event was the murder. I had to find my way to it. I say no. The question, how do you run from an idea, from a thought, from a story that lives in your head? You can't escape your fears. You carry your monsters with you. The devil, back, it's in you. You're running right back to it. A loop. I have to stop. Stop running. Stop writing. I won't write another word. It's too dangerous. Only horror comes out of it. People get hurt. I will let the currents of this ocean wash me away. But what if I forget why I stopped? What if I forget I stopped it? All that is fucked up. If that happens, I'll start writing again.
Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to get ready to head out for your doctor's appointment. I'll be back if you're still online later. No trouble at all, Lucinda. I'm going to keep on going till I finish the game, so we'll see how we do. But all the best at your appointment, and catch you either in this stream or in the next one. Hope you have a good one. But if I'm still streaming when you get back, I'll see you when you get back. I'd like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Is going to be getting back to Assassin's Creed series, starting with Assassin's Creed Origins, picking up with that game after finishing the previous game in the series that she was working on, which was Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So now playing through Assassin's Creed Origins, and we'll also be doing a playthrough of Odyssey and Valhalla as well. Is also a big horror fan. In October did a big marathon of Resident Evil games, doing various games in the series with various types of challenges and also different kind of goals and things like that in the playthrough as well. And finished it off yesterday by finishing Resident Evil 5 and also doing a fun run with a minigun, unlimited ammo in Resident Evil 2 Remake. So highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. And thanks, Lucinda, for being here. Catch you next time. Bullets, Bodies, and Bourbon, an Alex Casey film, Worst Casey, based on the novels by Alan Wake. There are no happy endings, based on the novels by Alan Wake, Final Casey, an Alex Casey film.
I felt like I'd been on this case looking for the cult of the word for a lifetime or more. The only case I'd ever been on. They would surface from the dark with their depraved acts of violence and fade back into the night, leaving behind bloody crime scenes and clues heavy with obscure meanings that led nowhere. Arriving at the cinema, I felt a monumental, terrifying revelation trembling before me, ready to open its jaws and swallow me whole.
This place had significance to the cult. There was something to use there. I was missing something.
That's okay for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Nightless night. Casey would lead me to the murder site. I found more visions of inspiration to write a new Casey story. It needed to be darker to get me there. Dark film. Can it change reality? Effect return. Anticipation before the event transports you to another reality. The cult of the word. This was the cult's lair. They didn't bother to hide it.
The first step toward the murder site. I was making progress. Someone had barricaded themselves in the room.
Do you a lot of good to talk, buddy.
It This was an initiation ceremony. Or so we made our new members believe. 2 of New York's finest. They had performed endless favors to earn their place among us. We had something special waiting for them. And something very special for you, Alex Casey.
Who's your leader? Alan Wake? Scratch? Zane? Give me a name!
You will meet him soon enough.
There was no end to the corruption. It fit the genre, so I'd use it.
Hey there, Soupy. Welcome, how's things been going? That's right, Bunny, yep, another cult. They pop up like weeds. You been good, Soupy? That's excellent to hear, that's good. Glad to hear that. We're getting closer and closer to finishing Alan Wake 2. Your lip balm has an unintentional child lock safety feature. Oh, does it? It's a struggle to get the stupid thing open. Oh no. Yeah, I hate when stuff like that just can't come off easily. Soupy, something in the tube must have broken, but yeah, if you don't squeeze the tubing as you go to twist it, it does that spin click thing like you'd have with medicine caps. Oh, makes me think of, when you're trying to get as much toothpaste out of the toothpaste as much as possible. New York's finest. They had gathered behind the doors for their rite of initiation. It just refuses to twist open otherwise. It's like, come on, you damn thing. Why is this a thing? Oh, that's good, Soupy, that it is really, really good. That definitely would make the annoying aspects not as bad, really. I mean, if it was a very, very bad one and you're just using it to get rid of it, that would be a different thing. Soupy, but hey, it means other people can't use it. Well, that's another good thing as well, having that in place. Theatre hall, where we watch it happen, the voyeurs of horror, the world projected.
predictions circling Thomas Zane were a bottomless rabbit hole. I'd done some digging. To film freaks, he was a mythic auteur in the art house cinema, a rising star coming to America from Finland. But he only created one film, Tom the Poet, before he went missing, mirroring the vanishing of the main character in the movie, played by himself. The biggest mystery was around his lost film, an early work made in Finland, Nightless Night, rumored to have mystic properties. Some claimed it was a snuff film, that the ritual murder in the film was an actual murder. There were no known surviving copies, but the cult chased it as if it were their unholy grail, just like Wake's books were.
New York's finest. Tempted with false promises, the cops were the ritual sacrifice.
The cops had gotten their 15 minutes of fame with the cult, and it had been a scream. They were the murder victims. I had to find a way into the projection booth somehow.
The Cult of the Word. Reverently, the cult prepared for the viewing.
Look at you, following your master into La La Land. A sad bunch of clowns in funny masks and hoods, pretending to be a secret society.
Maybe it is you who's playing a role, Mr. Casey. A role carefully laid out for you. A puppet, blindly performing the ritual steps for the glory of the cult. Huh?
What the fuck have you been smoking?
Nightless Night. A clip of the lost film survived. You will see, Mr. Casey. In the Nightless Night, you will finally see.
Nightless Night was Zane's film. It played a role in this story.
There's actually a poster I saw for it. Hang on. I just forgot to read it. Here we go. Oh no, I already read that earlier. Okay, it's the same movie poster that I saw earlier. Never mind. Clip of the lost film. The light projected a teaser of Dark Secrets.
What is this? Zane was in the clip holding my lamp. Was he playing me in his film? Zane's lamp on the screen had no light. I could transfer the light in my lamp to his.
Wait.
The light of the lamp shone out of the screen and revealed the door. I was back out into the night. The seedy alley away from prying eyes was a good scene for dark deeds.
Out in the night, the cult dumps their trash here. Clip of the lost film. The film was made to be played in a place like this.
I should look at the plot board. Keep the story moving.
When you interact with the plot board like this, sometimes you get things happen even if you choose the thing that's not supposed to actually be put there to progress. The cult of the word. The cultists were driven by mad, fanatical belief. New York's finest. The cops had sold their souls.
The police car felt important to the story.
You don't think they're gonna want us to, like, cut off a finger or something for this initiation, do you?
Nah. I'm sure we'll just chant some ceremonial stuff. Nothing to it.
Well, it's about time. We paid our dues. Made plenty of their problems disappear. Dumped all those nobodies down that chute.
What we did or didn't do, it's all behind us now. We're going straight to the top, partner.
Yep, like we died and went to heaven.
Nice reference to Assassin's Creed there. About the initiation, and one of them worried about do they have to lose a finger.
The answer was close. Straight to the top. The dirty cops looked down on the city. Their city. They had committed repulsive deeds to get there. They told themselves it was worth it. Someone had fallen to their death from the rooftop.
Don't you fucking move, or I'll blow you away.
You got me, Mr. Casey. I'm all yours. Go ahead. Ask that burning question in your mind.
How did you do it? How did you get me into that film clip without my remembering it? Talk to me, damn it!
You've seen the film? Good, good. Now you're ready to meet the Grandmaster. He's waiting for you in the projection booth where everything will be revealed, where he will project a new reality onto this one. And now, Mr. Casey, I've played my part to the end.
No! No! Crazy bastard! Why'd he jump?
The projection booth. Was that where I'd find the murder site?
The Grand Master. He waited inside, his presence felt out in the night. Ah, here's something new. The cult, Zane's film, Zane himself, Scratch, and Casey were all connected, pulled by dark gravity. All this madness, part of the same horror story. Here we go. This is how we get to where I wanted to go.
Hey, Tim. New map, huh?
Yep. Like, I've never been to New York, but I can tell you that this ain't it.
I heard you humming again.
Yeah, I can't get this song out of my head. It's a real earworm. I hear it in my dreams.
I know that song you keep humming. It's the theme from Night Springs.
That old sci-fi show?
Sci-fi horror anthology. I used to write for a long time ago.
Look, it sounds a bit nuts, but I think the song is connected to Door. Or it's my subconscious telling me that this is all pretty out there.
Maybe we're all in a Night Springs episode. Door went missing in 1988. Age has not aged. Longevity not human. Alien magic. Uncle Frank would have known more, but he is dead. Not his real name. Hidden meaning. Ah, that's a shame to hear. That Sarah Breaker's father, Tim Breaker's uncle, is dead. The red-headed woman connected to Door, I know her. Where do I know her from? Her identity changes. Connected to polyhedrons, she will come for me. I just had a thought of who that might be referring to.
Changing a plot element in a scene without being there was impossible.
You mean being in the scene that we're in, because the game has always told me that when the bottom left-hand corner tells you that you're in a fucking scene, that it means that you're in a scene. Is that the one that you mean, game? Inconsistency. Inconsistency. Inconsistency alert. Don't put shit up on the screen telling you something's possible when it's not.
I had to be at the scene to see and understand it in order to change it.
I see now. I was still in the fucking bloody thing.
This thread would create something terrible in the scene, but it's what the story needed. found myself in a maze of film equipment. There had to be a way to the projection booth from here. I wasn't alone.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. The Grand Master my ass. You're a clown in a mask.
I was back where I started. A loop within a loop. I had to keep going.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. Who was that? Who said that? The Grand Master my ass. You're a clown in a mask. I'm not the one wearing a mask here, you moron.
The Casey in the story was losing it. I wasn't far behind. I was back at the beginning again. I had to keep going. Find a way to the murder site.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. Who was that? Who said that? That's a real clever trick, asshole. You can run, but you can't hide. The Grand Master my ass. You're a clown in a mask.
I was back at the beginning again. I had to keep going. Find a way to the murder site.
I love how, because Alan's been in the dark place for so long, that it's not a situation where he can just stay safe in a bubble. And so the longer it's been, the more he's written, and the more it would make sense that his mind gets all jumbled up. And then when you got the fact that Mr. Scratch is something from his writing as well, and his imagination, and you know how tiring it would be after a while trying to write yourself out of a place and keep on going back. And in some ways these loops are kind of like if a writer was to do a rewrite on what they had already done, sometimes looping all the way back to the start again to rewrite it a different way, you know. So I love how meta game is in the way of referencing itself and other stuff like things in Control and all that kind of thing, and the actor who voices Max Payne voicing Alex Casey, playing a character named Alex Casey who's not Alex Casey, but there's two Alex Caseys and all this kind of stuff. But it's also meta in the sense of actual writing and things that writers would go through when coming up with a story, and looking at it going, shit, is there something I'm missing? There's something I need to add, something I've forgotten, something that I need to put in between this scene to make it make sense, because otherwise it's a plot hole, you know, that kind of stuff.
Casey?
Who's there? Look, you got the wrong guy. I'm not Alex Casey. I only play him in the movies. He's just a fictional character.
What's going on here?
You don't have to kill me. You don't have to go get that knife and stab me. You can just give up and go back. Forget about the ritual sacrifice to open the way forward.
The ritual sacrifice to open the way?
No. Don't do it. You don't have to become a monster. Just leave the knife where it is, in the back, and go.
A knife in the back? Everything about this was absurd. Our dialogue forced and ridiculous. In desperate need of another pass. But I'd play along to see where it took me.
Talk about getting meta. Sam Lake, who is the face of Max Payne and the face of Alex Casey, is also the actor in the game playing Alex Casey in the movies based on Alan's novels.
The knife.
Oh no. Oh no, you don't. You'll be sorry.
What the fuck?
I should mention, I know that Max Payne doesn't look the same in 2 and 3 as he does in 1, but Sam Lake is the original face for Max Payne.
I was getting close.
Welcome, Alex Casey. You've done well. You've played your role perfectly.
Everything out of your mouth is a damn lie. The only place any of this makes any sense is in your psychotic brain. As a fictional character in a story, you fulfilled your purpose. You brought the writer of the story here. You can go now, Casey.
No, I'm not going anywhere before I get some answers. How was I in that movie? Why does all this feel so familiar? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck am I? No!
And welcome to you, Alan Wake.
What the hell?
This is the ritual to lead you on. We are just one step away from your final destination, Mr. Wake. But first, here is an unanswered mystery for you. If Casey was fictional, and you assumed his role as the detective, are you now fictional too? Whose story are you living, Mr. Wake?
The visions were getting under my skin, coming too close for comfort. Not a separate layer, but mingling with my own reality in the dark place. Wait. Dead end. This can't be right. Did I miss something? A murder site. The mask was the key. I was traveling deeper into the dark place. The poem on the wall was growing at the same pace, dogging my footsteps, like my unwanted shadow moving in the corner of my eye. It wasn't my writing. I didn't know what it was. A terrible prophecy. A curse looming over me.
A pale balloon in the sky, float and sink deeper. Night spring is when bright falls. For this sleeper, the surface is disturbed. The reflection, now a traitor, in the cavity of the skull, turned to a crater. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone.
This is how I could help her. Saga Anderson, listen. I've been tricked. Scratch wrote returned. I tried to fix the story, but he stopped me before I reached the end. He has it now. It's the key to escape.
What do you mean, escape? You're Scratch.
I need to stop him. I need to stop him before he gets out. He's after Alice. I'm still trapped, but I'm making progress. I wrote you in to be the story's hero. Scratch made a horror story. I need to match the genre. It has to be dark, but the hero can break through, save her family, save us all.
Save her family? Are you talking about my family?
Yes. Whatever you're doing, it's working. You just need to keep going.
We have family in the horror story.
I was closer now. Closer than ever before. But there was no time to lose. Everything was hanging in the balance. I could still lose it all. Parliament Tower. I had to make it work this time. I could stop Scratch, get the manuscript, fix its ending.
Onko täällä ketään? Ahti.
Sanovat, se joka varjoon tyytyy, valon ihmeestä paitsi jää.
Minulla oli sinua ikävä.
Olit Veikon kanssa. Siksi lähdin.
Hän on poissa. Ollut jo kauan.
Kun nyt lähden, lähde kanssani.
Mutta vasta tämän yön jälkeen.
Mä kun vähän puukolla tökkäsin sitä. Tuik, 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 tuik. Hei, sinulla oli paskat housussa. Kontasuojan pohjalla änkkyrä kännissä ja huusi ja soperteli, että armo, rattasveli, anna armo, mä kuolen. Ai saatana. Tuhoajapujan paluu. Ja häntä koipien välis. Tuliko hakemaan anteeksianto?
Uutiset mistään paluusta ovat ennenaikaisia. Tulin vain käymään. Nyt kun muistan millaista tämä touhu täällä on, en viihdy kauaa. Missäs veljesi luuraa?
Pisti hengiltä. Rupes käymään aivoa se ainainen länkytys. Uudella ja mestarilla. Mutta ei se paskaveli kelvon edes siihen. Sä olit mestarin valittu. Mäkä mä koskaan ymmärtänyt, että miksi. Päiviltä pitäisi sinutkin pistää. Mitä on? Nyt tuli tupen rapinat, poika. Leikataan parta! Leikataan pojalta parta!
Miksi palasit? Kun kerran lähdit?
En aikonut. Mutta nyt löydän itseni täältä. Nyt on kai kirottu. Kirjoitettu sadistisen kirjailijan tarina. Kierrän kehää.
Maa on syklinen laulu. Mites siellä valtion kontrollivirastossa menee?
Väärä virasto. En ole siellä töissä. Sitä paitsi sain potkut. Ei olisi tarvetta talonmiehen apulaisen.
Ei ole. Tämän tilan isäntä katosi yön selkää vuosia sitten. Sen jälkeen kun sinä lähdit. Merkit on ilmassa, että multakin loppuu hommat pian. Siksi kyselen virastosta. Ehkä saan sieltä töitä.
Malja.
Millä juomme?
Yöttömälle yölle. Tämä riitti vie sinut tuon puoleiseen.
Sanotaan, että Aleen kurkotti liian pitkälle yön syövereihin. Eikä löytänyt sieltä enää pois. Kannattaa varaa sitä Aleenin mustaa leskeä. Taisit olla vähän heikkona häneen.
Pelkäsin häntä.
Me pojat oltiin aina vähän toivottomia naisten kanssa.
kierrä kehää. Tämä on spiraali.
Well, there we go. A short film in the game. After a while, I thought to myself, is this going to be a short live-action film, or is this going to be a feature-length one? Be here for about an hour and 20 minutes watching a live-action movie set in the world of the game that we're playing, with the characters in the world of the game that we're playing. Lopu. Nightless Night. Nightless Night. Saga Anderson was helping me. I still had a chance to catch Scratch. I had to. Part 3. Gone. Outside of time. My statue in the plaza had changed to Alice's. Parliament Tower was condemned. Too late? Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Wasn't enough alcohol in this city to drown the memories of this nightmare, but I'd damn well try. This case would never be closed. I had more questions now than at the start. The irony of being trapped in a postmodern detective story. I felt watched. The eyes of some unseen audience on me. I wanted to turn to the hidden camera and tell them to fuck off. But I didn't know where to look to break the fourth wall. There would always be another case for Casey. A million stories in this dark city. The night opened up to welcome me. I walked into her arms. Roll credits.
Oh yeah, Harbinger, that's totally understandable.
God made us in his image. Just like us, he is an uncaring, cruel son of a bitch. Having made it in heaven, he doesn't want us there, dirtying up all that nice white upholstery. And he doesn't want to reach down to help us. He gets his kicks just binge-watching us struggling, hurting, killing, dying, screwing it up again and again. Lazily stirring it up when things threaten to get too placid. This city is only here to satisfy his sick, voyeuristic pleasure.
The phone was ringing again. Somehow I sensed it wasn't Zane this time.
Wake.
Hello? Hello. It wasn't Zane. It wasn't Scratch either. Huh? You're me? Me? I don't understand. There's a lot I don't understand.
The dark place operates in loops. Time is a story. I'm calling you from a different point in that story.
From the future? I'm never getting out of here, am I?
Yes, you will. And no, you won't. And that is by your own choice.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry for what you'll have to go through. You need to go back to the talk show studio basement. Get Alice's photos from a shoebox there. Before you can go to Parliament Tower, you must put the photos into the shoebox at her statue at the plaza. To help you, to help Alice, to help Saga Anderson.
I'm my own Deus Ex Machina? Really? How many writers does it take to finish a story? One for each draft. It's the same writer, but in a different point in time. I'd follow the steps he laid out for me. Alice's photo from the talk show building basement. I had to go back to get them. I'd bring the photos to the shoebox by the statue.
Cool. That short movie that we saw, you can actually re-watch it and it's split into parts. Cool. I've actually been thinking, and the next stream would probably be a short one, but I think I might actually call it a stream here and then finish off the rest of the game tomorrow. Not having played this game before, I wasn't exactly sure what to expect as the game went on.
Photos were in the talk show basement. I had to bring them to the Plaza shoebox in order to enter Parliament Tower. Only then could I finish the story.
So let's see when the last save was made. 30 minutes ago. There should be a place I can save. Here we go, over this way. Alright, so I'll call it a stream here, and then my Thursday stream will be the rest of this, and then I can make a start on the game that will be replacing this. Given the fact that at the start of this stream I said that I would reveal when I finished this game what the next game would be, and I haven't finished this game in this stream, to be fair, I'm going to announce now what I'm going to actually be doing. The game that will be replacing this when I finish it will be Until Dawn, my second ever playthrough, finally after 3 years. So I'll be doing Until Dawn. I'll be playing through the game without any particular ending in mind, as in like who survives and all that kind of stuff, because it's been 3 years since I played the game, and I want to just play through it, and whatever choices I make, and all that kind of stuff. Because next year the game will be celebrating its 10th anniversary, so I want to do something special for that. So the playthrough that I'll be doing will just be like a fairly standard playthrough, going through the game story and reading some things here and there, but not necessarily getting every single thing in the game and all that kind of stuff. But that'll be the game that will replace Alan Wake 2, but I still need to finish this game, of course. But that's the game that will replace Alan Wake 2 when I finish this. And I'm actually going to maybe lead it into a playthrough of the Dark Pictures games that are out so far. But I'll just play it by ear as well, because I was going to play a lot of the Supermassive games in October, but I wasn't able to fit them in. And so I thought I could at least do one Supermassive game before the year ends, and so I decided Until Dawn because it's the one that I haven't played the longest out of the ones that I've already played, that have been done by them. Brutus, yes, you've never seen Until Dawn before? Oh, cool. That'll be good, Brutus, for you to see it for your first time. So the next stream of this will be when it's Thursday for me. So if you see me streaming this again, you know it's become Thursday. Or if you see me streaming Until Dawn, then you'll know that I've finished this game and it's still Thursday. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. Really do appreciate it. Gonna go and raid crocodiles. No worries at all for the stream, Tylian. Thank you for being here as well. No worries at all for the stream, Brutus. Definitely catch you later. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, Tylian, and Zamaxi. Lucinda is going to be doing her first playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origins. Is playing through that and Odyssey and Valhalla as well. And Tylian is a big fan of games like Control, Alan Wake, as well as Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Another great streamer to check out. And also highly recommend checking out Maxi. He's playing through Mass Effect 1, the Legendary Edition. his first playthrough of that game, and he's doing a Paragon playthrough of that one. So that's a playthrough where going through the game and choosing the most positive sort of like responses, and also obtaining Paragon points to use in certain conversations as well. So I highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. We'll go and raid Crocodiles and see how he's doing. He's playing some Assassin's Creed 2 No HUD challenge. Hope you have a good one as well, Talion. There's a general raid message. Here's a raid message with some free follower emotes. And there's one with some subscriber emotes as well. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. Catch you next time.